A very good morning to one and all gathered here virtually. I am Ashwin Godghate. On this auspicious occasion, I would like to welcome you all for this International E-Conference in Sustainable Development in Science, Social Science and Languages. Stars shine at night, some star shines at bright daylight. So it's our pleasure to welcome all such stars. Honorable Ratnamara Ghali Vahini, President Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Distinguished Professor Dr. D.T. Shirke sir, Vice Chancellor Shivaji University Kolhapur, Respected Professor Dr. P.S. Patil sir, Pro VC, Shivaji University Kolhapur, Dr. Satish Ghali, Executive President, Vidya Prasarak Mandal Gadhinglaj, eminent resource persons, Dr. Saptarshi from USA, Dr. Gorke from South Korea, Dr. Dhaure from Qatar, and Nishi Laximon from Mauritius. And respected members of Vidya Prasarak Mandals, all the members of International Advisory Board, and all dear virtual participants.
The objectives of this one-day multidisciplinary international e-conference is to provide an overview of sustainable development and coherent approach to solve global problems related to sustainability. Sustainable development is defined as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. The aim of sustainable development is to balance our economic, environmental, and social needs, allowing prosperity for now and future generations. This conference is undertaken to study the problems, their solutions for achieving the goals of sustainable development at national and international level. This conference is focused on recent research development with respect to sustainable development. On the basis of number of research papers we receive from India as well as abroad, we conclude that our motto is to fulfill up to certain extent. The essence of great leadership is influence and not authority. With this brief note, I would like to welcome the respected principal, Dr. M.R. Patil sir, for these functions. You are always cooperative and inspiring. We welcome you, sir. Now I request Principal Dr. M.R. Patil sir for welcome address.
Thank you, Ashwin. Namaskar. Good morning. Very good morning. I am Principal Dr. Mangal Kumar Patil, Dr. Ghali College, Gadhinglaj. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm pleasure to all these international multidisciplinary e-conference on behalf of Vidya Prasarak Mandal Gadhinglaj, Dr. Ghali College, Gadhinglaj, Kolhapur district, India. Dr. Ghali College is a well-known college affiliated to Shivaji University, Kolhapur. This college is well-known not only in Kolhapur district, but the first ranked college under the section of semi-urban area. This e-conference theme is the sustainable development in science, social science, and languages. This is an IQSC initiative organized by Department of Chemistry, Economics, and Marathi. I take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee to welcome this important conference. I wish to express my gratitude to all the chief guests, all resource persons, all participants, delegates, and organizing committee. Development is a wide concept that includes every sector of human society. Sustainable development can be defined as a structure in principles that have been conceived to meet the expectation of human development. The sustainable development goals are universal, call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity. For this moment, I once again welcome to all the participants. First, I welcome to my home university, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. D.T. Shirke, who accepted our invitation to express his welcome speech. Also, I also welcome and thanks to Pro Vice Chancellor Shivaji University Kolhapur Professor Dr. P.S. Patil. I welcome to all the resource person. First, Dr. Praveen Saptarshi, visiting professor, Salisbury University, USA, who also accepted our invitation as a keynote address for this conference. I also welcome to Dr. Gajanan Gorke, Associate Professor, Department of Biological and Environmental Science, Dangal University, Seoul, South Korea, who also accepted our invitation to deliver his lecture on this in this issue. I also welcome Dattatreya Davale, the well-known scientist, Qatar Environment and Energy Research Institute, Hamad bin Khalifa University, Qatar. Also, I welcome the very well-known personality, who is also our pride that Nishi Hiru Lakshman, lecturer in Marathi, Mahatma Gandhi Institute, Marathi Department, School of India Studies in Mauritius, because it is our mother tongue, it is our language, it is our state, who is expressing her opinion on in this session. I also welcome to all our patrons. Firstly, our President, Dr. Ghali Vidya Prasarak Mandal President, Srimati Ratnamala Ghali, Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Gadhinglaj, Dr. Satish Ghali, Executive President, Sri Arvindarna Kitturkar, Vice President, Advocate Baburao Boski, Secretary, C.A. Gajendra Bandi, Joint Secretary, Sri Sangappanna Daddi, Director, Engineer Kishore Hanji, Director, Dr. Shiv Kumar Kolhapur, Director, Sri Shivayogi Ghali, Director, Sri Ajandra Kanguri, Director. All these patrons, I welcome heartily. I also welcome to the advisory committee. First of is Dr. D.R. More, who is my guru, PhD guide, and our guide. Dr. D.R. More is a former BCD Director, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I welcome to Dr. Ashok Thorat, Founder, Director, IISc Pune. I welcome to Dr. Shivputra Kanade, Director, Vishwa Bharati Research Center, Latur. I also welcome to Dr. Archana Pulwari, Assistant Professor, the Maharaja Sayaj University of Baroda, Gujarat. I welcome to Vimudu Borot, Professor, United World School of Business, Karantwali University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. I welcome to MS Zogad, Professor of Physics, Honorable, Sri Satya Sai University, Human Excellence, Kalbarvik, Karnataka. I welcome to Sunil Madhukar Gaude, Petroleum Construction Company, Abu Dhabi Hydrogen Data Professor, Professor Dr. Ranadhir Shinde, Head of Department of Marathi, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I welcome also. I welcome Patan Rahim Khan, Assistant Professor, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad. I welcome Suresh Kumar. I welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir Khan. I welcome to Dr. Banzai, Principal, former BCD Director, Punyashlok and Ahilya Devi Holkar University, Solapur. I also welcome Dr. F.M. Nadab, Vice Principal, DPM Sri Mallikarjun Sri Setan Manju Desai College, Goa. I also heartily welcome Dr. D.S. Shinde, Head of Department, Geography, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I also Dr. K.T. Mathur, Water Planning Department, Qatar General Electricity and Water Corporation, Karnataka, Qatar. I also heartily welcome all the participants, delegates, chief guests, resource person, and last but least, our great conveners, the active participants, Mr. Ashwin Godkate, coordinator, Dr. Dattatreya Wagmare, coordinator, Nilesh Sherke. Till here, more than 160 participant this virtual conference. There are more than 300 participants registered in India and 15 international registered delegates from Sri Lanka, Hyderabad, Turkestan, Uzbekistan, Mauritius, USA, France, from abroad. And this is our grand success, the organizing this. Last but not least, but I hope that I sincerely hope that all sections will encourage you in this rate. I wish you all the success. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Principal Sir, for giving the welcome address. Now I am going to request Dr. Nilesh Shirke Sir to introduce Chief Guest of today's functions, Professor Dr. D.T. Shirke Sir.
Thank you, Ashwin sir. A very good morning to one and all. It is a great honor for me to introduce the chief guest, Professor Dr. D.T. Shirke sir, the Vice Chancellor of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He is well known for his work in the field of education. He has around 30 years of teaching and 33 years of research experience. He has published and has almost 75 plus national and international research publications in his credit. He was awarded as the best teacher by Shivaji University, Kolhapur in 2011. He has consistently shown his talent for fetching various awards and fellowships. He was awarded with Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Fund Award twice and Summer Research Fellow of Academy of Indian Sciences, India. He is an elected member of International Statistical Institute, Netherlands, and is also the member of many professional organizations in statistics. After Dr. Shirke sir has been designated as the Vice Chancellor of our university, he along with IQAC team has faced the NAC peer team very intelligently and enthusiastically. As a result, our university has been accredited A++ grade, and our university is considered the prime university in Maharashtra and India. With the short introduction, I request Chief Guest Dr. Shirke sir to address the participants.
Good morning to one and all. I hope I am audible to all of you. Dr. Satish Ghali, the President of Inaugural Function, Executive President of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Gadhinglaj, and Honorable Senate Member of Shivaji University, the President of one-day International E-Conference on Sustainable Development in Social Sciences, Languages, and Sciences. On this occasion, we have Dr. Mangal Kumar Patil, the dynamic principal of Dr. Ghali College, who has come up with an idea of organizing this e-conference, which is a multidisciplinary conference. The keynote speaker of this particular conference, Dr. Praveen Saptarshi from United States of America. Esteemed invited speakers, Dr. Gajanan Ghodke, who happens to be alumnus of Shivaji University, Department of Biochemistry, Dr. Dattatreya Dhaule from Qatar, Dr. Nishi Lakshman from Mauritius, who happens to be a teacher in Department of Marathi over there. All the esteemed academicians all over the country as well as outside the country, the convener of the international conference, Mr. Ashwin Godghate, coordinators Dr. Nilesh Shirke and Dr. Dattatreya Wagmare, all the fellow participants who have virtually joined this international e-conference, all the members of management of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, and friends. It is indeed a pleasure and privilege to be with all of you this morning for this important academic meeting organized by Vidya Prasarak Mandar's Dr. Ghali College, Gadhinglaj. I must congratulate the management, the principal, and his entire team for organizing this multidisciplinary conference. I must, in fact, appreciate the choice of the theme for the conference, which itself is multidisciplinary. In fact, it is a welcome move towards holistic implementation of a new National Education Policy 2020, which expects we should have multidisciplinary approach, multidisciplinary environment in our teaching, learning, extension, and research activities. And this college has taken a lead in this particular direction by organizing this particular e-conference. I am really impressed to know overwhelming response received by the organizers for this particular conference. The multidisciplinary approach, why it is important? Because academic cannot take place in isolation. And you hardly find platforms like this where academicians, scholars from various disciplines come together, have a brainstorming, have a deliberation, listens to each other, and come up with a common recommendation, kind of set of recommendation for overall development of the nation and, of course, a globe. The word development should not come in isolation, but must come with an adjective sustainable. Development which is not sustainable is of no use. Therefore, development must be sustainable. All of us know, and in fact, in the first speech of introductory speech, the definition of sustainable development has already been spelled out. But at the same time, I would say that this particular sustainable development is to be attained, is to be achieved with certain goals. And United States member countries have already set those goals. There are 17 such goals. As an academician, when we look at the goal, naturally, we are attracted to a goal number 4, where we have a quality education. And we think that it is academicians, we will have to look at this particular quality education goal and attain the targets which are set for this particular goal. Friends, I must tell you, these goals are not to be attained separately and independently. These goals are to be attained simultaneously. Rather, these 17 goals are very much interconnected. Where from we should start? You know, in this conference, though the conference, there are good number of speakers, participants attending this conference, they will be presenting their individual work. But as far as attaining these goals are concerned, as far as sustainable development is concerned, it's teamwork. And the teamwork starts with work of an individual. For example, there is a goal which is related to health. In fact, now the priorities are changed, and the topmost priority of the entire globe is health. The second priority must be education, and then should follow the rest of the priorities, rest of the goals, rest of the targets. The first is health, and then education, and then the rest of the life. Now, when it comes to health, we think that it is not our responsibility. It is a responsibility of our government. It is a responsibility of the entire country, the administration who is running this particular country. But friends, in this particular pandemic, the first lesson that we have been taught by the nature is that if at all we have to keep our nation healthy in the sense of health, then an individual is the person who can contribute significantly to this particular aspect. For example, government has already given guidelines, nation, means central government, state government, local bodies, that we will have to use masks, we will have to keep social distancing, we will have to take care of sanitation properly, we will have to take care of our food intake properly, we should avoid going into gathering and so on and so forth. All these responsibilities are not group responsibilities, are the responsibilities of an individual. So it starts with the individual, that if at all the national level health is to be kept at the highest level, then it should start from individual. And therefore, in the all 17 goals, it is our responsibility to pinpoint what is my role to play in this sustainable development. The definition that was spelled by in the introductory speech, that we should meet our own demand. Yes, but at the same time, we should see that the demands in future are also met. So if you grab everything now in this particular generation, what will be left for the forthcoming generations? So development should not to meet simply our own demands, but development should meet also the demands in future. And that is very important. Now, when it comes to development, what exactly it means? For example, a person who would like to develop his own family, what does it mean? He is thinking that I should earn enough money. That is the first thing. In today's world, people think that a person is developed once he has got enough money. I think Corona has taught us money is not enough. We should have something else. Another person may say that I have enough money and I have enough real estate as well. So that is considered as a development for that person. But according to me, these are not at all related to the development. It is a satisfaction to the individual that I have so much of money, I have so much of land, I have so much of so and so forth. The development is, in fact, is what you are going to give quality life to your next generation. Not only a generation, but generations together. Are you going to give your next generation a clean water? Are you going to give a next generation a green campus? Are you going to give a next generation a clean energy? Are you going to see that the next generation gets good enough food, quality food? These are the responsibility of individual. And if a person is thinking that he is going to take care of all such requirements, I think he is looking at a sustainable development of his family, of his nation, and of course, the entire globe. And therefore, these particular 17 goals are not to be looked at in isolation. They are looked at, they are interconnected to each other. And therefore, academicians should not only focus on quality education, but should also think about the rest of the thing. My second point is that organizing these such kind of events for having a brainstorming session on sustainable development, they are very much essential, no doubt about it. But this should not be the last step. This should be the beginning. And then we should have a good networking. What do you mean by good networking? Networking among institutions of higher education. What for? Of course, for sustainable development. What kind of thing we can do with this kind of networking? You would agree that every college has some strong point. Number of strong points, I would say. But no college can have all the strong points. So every college will, in fact, we all of us are now very familiar with the SWOT analysis or SWOT analysis. So we have a strength, we have weaknesses, we have challenges, we have opportunities, and so on and so forth. We have strength. So if you have a certain strengths, we should share the strengths with our networking colleges, institutions. The colleges which are in your network, you should share those things and adopt the strength of other colleges. What a certain college is doing at its highest level of achievement should be shared, and I think we call that as a best practice. So such best practices which are being adopted, being conducted by each of the institution in higher education should be shared. And this kind of networking, maybe by sharing these particular practices, maybe by sharing intellectual also. We will have to invite, for example, this college has invited eminent speakers. This is, in fact, the best practice. Eminent speakers across the globe, I would say, working in different areas. One person is working in material science, the other person is working in sustainable development, the third person is working in language, and so on and so forth. And all such eminent speakers should come together and share their expertise with the big gathering. And this is what is going on. And again, it is contributing to having such gathering itself is a step towards sustainable development. Now, the third thing is that we all talk about academics. We all talk about quality education. We have been talking about it. And since the inception of assessment and accreditation agencies, we are talking on this particular issue seriously. Had it not been there, I think we would not have much bothered about what is quality education. So assessment and accreditation itself is a step towards achieving the goal of quality education in higher education. When you say about education, I understand that education doesn't simply mean higher education. It has to start with primary, secondary, higher secondary, higher education, and then of course research and all those things. But we people, we are in the environment of higher education, teaching, learning, education, research and extension. Now, when it comes to a quality of education, how do you measure up quality higher education? NAAC has made our job simple. NAAC has made our job simple in the sense that it has set certain criteria, and these 7 criteria are there. This is the third point which I would like to bring to your kind notice to, in fact, all of you, is that there is a good mapping between sustainable development goals and these 7 criteria. Out of curiosity, yesterday I got some time and looked into the quality framework of NAAC, quality manual, which is for the affiliated colleges and for universities. And just I started mapping the keywords, rather keywords which are there in those criteria and metrics. And to my great surprise, you also can do this particular exercise. To my great surprise, I realized that NAAC has already taken an account of these goals while framing this particular manual or framing this quality framework. And more than 25% of the weight has been given to all such things. You start with curricula. When it comes to curricula, we are talking about sustainable development goals. And for example, we talk about environment over there. We talk about gender equality over there. Now, our students, a student of chemistry, where do we at least teach that particular chemistry student about gender equality? So the point is that every higher institution should make a point to integrate these goals into the curriculum. How do you integrate these goals into curriculum? At the respective level, at the respective stages, and through various activities. It may not be there directly in some of the courses that are being taught to a person or a teacher, but through organizing various events at the college level, these particular goals should be at least conveyed, transformed to each and every student in the higher education system. So it could be a gender equality, it could be environment issues, it could be green practices, it could be a rainwater harvesting. It could be a clean energy, solar energy. So you are keep on mapping all such things. You will, at the end of the day, you will come to know that more than what we think about our academics, there are certain such activities which are expected by accreditation and assessment body also, and they are very much related to the sustainable development. So sustainable development is not a topic which we have to think separately. It should be a part of our curriculum. It should be a part of regular day-to-day teaching. It should be part of regular day-to-day learning to the students. And of course, it should be part of our research activity. And then when I went through the sub-themes of the e-conference, international e-conference, I'm very happy to note that all these points have been included in your sub-themes under the social sciences, under the languages, and of course, under the sciences. Otherwise, we always think that the world development is something to do with only a science faculty. And very pinpointedly, the organizers have spelled out the sub-themes. Even languages also contribute to the sustainable development. And these are the researchers who will point out what is the role of language, what is the role of economics, what is the role of history, what is the role of culture, what is the role of a typical science, what is the role of environment science in attaining the targets for these particular 17 goals. I think I'm very happy to know all these kind of topics have been kept together, and more than about 180 participants are presenting their work in this particular conference. Eminent speakers will be addressing to this particular August gathering, and I think a very good message will be conveyed not only to the participants but to the society in general. I once again congratulate the management, the executive president of Vidya Prasark Mandal, Dr. Ghali, then of course Principal Dr. Mangal Kumar Patil and his entire team for organizing this particular conference. And I wish every success for this kind of event, and not only this event, but all such events in the future also, which are more or less related to what is called as a sustainable development. And this particular work is not for we, but this is for our next generations together. So I wish every success for the conference and appreciate the organization of this conference. And I thank you for inviting me to be a part of this particular event, and wish you all the best. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir, for being the chief guest of inaugural session from your busy schedule and enlightening us with the knowledge. Thank you so much, sir. Now I request to Dattatreya Wagmare to introduce President of inaugural function.
Thank you, Mr. Sir. Now I am going to introduce such an eminent geologist and President of International E-Conference, Dr. Satish Ghali sir. It is not possible to give introduction of such famous personality within given time, but as per formality, I am giving you a brief introduction of Dr. Satish Ghali sir. For 20 years, he has been a member of Symbiosis Managing Committee of Symbiosis International Deemed University Pune and Symbiosis University of Applied Science Indore. Besides this, he is a director of Virchow Multi-State Cooperative Bank and the branch advisor of Sri Ravanath Cooperative Housing Finance Limited, Azra. As well as he is the secretary of the Maharashtra Liberal Education Society, Kolhapur, and executive president of Vidya Prasark Mandal, Gadhinglaj. From 35 years, he has been working as consulting hydrogeologist, which includes water management, rainwater harvesting techniques, groundwater site for open well and bore wells. Consultation work has been carried out in various states of India, including Maharashtra, Karnataka, Goa, Gujarat, and Tamil Nadu. Now he is working as Senate member of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He was awarded Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar. Now I request Honorable Ghali sir to give his valuable guidance.
Good morning to all. On this auspicious occasion of inauguration of International E-Conference on Sustainable Development of Sciences, Social Sciences and Languages, all dignitaries, today's distinguished guest, Professor Dr. D.T. Shrikesar, the Vice Chancellor of Shivaji University, Kolhapur, respected Professor Dr. P.S. Patil, Pro Vice Chancellor of Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Honorable Srimati Ratnawala Ghali Madam, President of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Gadhinglaj. For today's inaugural function, the eminent keynote speakers, the resource persons from various corners of the world, Dr. Saptarshi Sir from USA, Professor Dr. Godke Sir from South Korea, Professor Dr. Dhawde Sir from Qatar, and Professor Dr. Nishi Laximon from Mauritius. Respected members of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, all academicians from the country, outside the country, dear Principal Dr. M.R. Patil, Principal of Ghali College, Convener Mr. Godgate, Coordinator Dr. Wagmare Sir, Dr. Shirke Sir, the entire organizing committee of this International E-Conference, all dear fellow participants, friends. First of all, on behalf of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, let me congratulate Principal Dr. M.R. Patil and his organizing team for conducting International E-Conference for the first time ever in the history of the college and institute as well. It is quite remarkable to point out that in such a painful COVID pandemic-19 situation in all over the world, and even though the organizing team grabbed the opportunity of this International E-Conference is a task, I feel proud to say that an entire team of the college has dedicated and almost made it a grand success. I say this because it is a total 323 plus participation have already registered and 16 out of them are from abroad. Our college has received 169 research papers. They represent 16 states of the country and 5 nations over the world, over the other than the country. The work is of worth appreciation. Hence, I would like to congratulate to whole teamwork dedicated towards the endeavor. I am very much delighted to know that the E-Conference focused upon burning points of sustainable development in science, social science, and languages itself. I am also happy to be almost all such dignitaries and to express my views at this occasion. Friends, I am of firm opinion that development of any kind and in any field should be sustainable at any cost. Then only the human life and life of other beings would be stabilized. I think that it is not a right development which does not sustain, then it may be any science, social science or languages. Development of sustainable nature has no alternative. Friends, development of temporary kind is not long lasting and even it is perishable. So I would like to say that the only sustainable development can save human life and life of animals and plants from future dangers. Hence, I quite sure that this E-Conference will focus upon major issues like goals of sustainable development, such as starvation, poverty, gender inequality, water, soil, cleanliness, energy resources, climate change problems, environmental imbalance, so and so forth. As far as our sustainable development is concerned, its goals are of worth consideration and discussions as well. There are almost just Vice Chancellor said 17 goals. First among them is to end the issue of poverty from the economic scenario of India. To root out the problem of starvation is a big problem in the way of sustainable development. It requires a keen attention to all. Thirdly, ensuring health lives as promoting well-being for all at all the stages of human life. Healthy life is in need of the hour. Third, just now we have given the prime importance by Vice Chancellor Sir, the quality education is unquestionable and unavoidable in the way of sustainable development. A nation without quality education is considered as a backward nation. And such nation may not survive in any long run. All stakeholders concerned with education should think seriously for making quality education. Issue of gender inequality in major concern. Our nation faces the issue of gender discrimination in our nation. All are not equal. Men, women, girls, boys are unequally treated. This problem stands as obstacle in the sustainable development. Therefore, such serious issues and some other needs to be discussed at this conference. I am confident that there will be considered, discussed, and resolved. That is what I mean to say, that this e-conference will come to positive remedies and solutions. Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. Shirke Sir, I just pinpoint three issues, that is quality education, then health, then with respect to NAC, the assessment and the accreditation of the quality of education. So with this, the major issues with this e-conference in his speech and e-conference will come to conclusion with some of the remedies and discussions he is to be going to make in this conference. With this brief presidential speech, I wish a grand success for the e-conference, and once again I congratulate to the whole attempt for the same. Thank you very much. Have a good day, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghali sir. On the behalf of Dr. Ghali College, Gadhinglaj, I am thankful to Professor Dr. D.T. Shirke sir and Professor Dr. P.S. Patil sir for giving valuable time for us for our international conference. I am also very much thankful to President of Inaugural Function, Dr. Satish Ghali sir, all directors of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, all resource persons, member of International Advisory Board, our beloved principal, Dr. Mangal Kumar Patil sir, and lastly, all our active virtual participants. Thank you very much. Now I request to Mr. Ashwin Godgate sir, please introduce to our first session resource person.
Thank you, Margaret, sir. Now I am going to introduce the resource person for session number 1. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce our keynote speaker, who is going to talk about environmental, economic, and social justice for sustainable development. This is a subject in which we should be deeply interested because it is an agenda for all developed and developing countries. Our speaker, although having almost entire career advising people on sustainable development like Australia, USA, Germany, and etc., as much as 100 times. He is an eminent fellow who is specialized in environmental science for over 48 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Pravinji Saptarshi sir. Our keynote speaker has completed MSc PhD. He is a visiting professor, Salisbury University, Maryland, US, and presently he is working as a professor emeritus, Sustainability Management, Indian Institute of Cost and Management, Study and Research. He is working as a coordinator in study abroad course in India, Salisbury University, and he was the expert member of Research and Recognitions Committee for various Indian and international universities. Under his guidance, 51 students has been awarded PhD degree, 7 students awarded MPhil degree. He has published 154 research papers, 14 textbooks, 2 research volumes, and more than 100 invited lectures were given by Saptarshi sir. Now I request Dr. Saptarshi sir to start the keynote address.
Namaskar. I am Praveen Saptarshi. And at the outset, I must congratulate the college management, and I really feel amazing that the college management has a learned leader like Ghali sir, And really, under your leadership, the college will have definitely a great prospects. So I must congratulate management and the college principal and the teachers in the college who have organized this conference on this issue of sustainable development. Another point of congratulation is that they have taken into this is not organized just by the science people, but organized by social scientists and also the language experts, and which is really the need of the hour. So the great luck to the conference, and definitely great luck to the college management. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Vice Chancellor has certainly pointed out the goals of sustainable development, and also President Ghali sir has also mentioned about the goals. Many people are trying to persuade that the issues of sustainable development should be incorporated in our curriculum. I would say that we should go beyond this and try to inculcate the ethics among the teaching faculty and amongst the students regarding environment, society, or social issues, political issues, and this economic issues. For this, we should try to sensitize the youths for undertaking this kind of projects or this kind of activities towards the goals of sustainable development. This is essential because I see that amongst the fraternity, teaching fraternity, what happened now? Now, Ghali sir will agree with me that what for he has established this college, or his mother or father have established this, founded this college or this educational institute, just to cater the educational services to the rural poor. This was the welfare activity, voluntary activity by many social workers, and this was supported by government right from the independence. And that's why we all of us, including Vice Chancellor of this university and including the young teachers from Gadhinglaj College, we are the beneficiaries of welfare activities of many people and the government in the past, because we have taken the free education at primary level, free education at secondary level, free education at college level. So we are really beneficiaries. Otherwise, I would not have been invited here. I would have been just in my village doing some agricultural work, or doing some what do you say, that the milking some animals and so on and so forth. So dear friends, please try to understand this and get sensitized yourself to do something for the poor section of society. Over the years, you can find that the gap between the poor and the rich is increasing. Even in this lockdown period, the last financial year and this current financial year, you can find that who have become rich? Amazon. Which industries have become rich and rich and rich? They have got sharp increase in profit making. And in our country, Reliance or many such. So all these are not based on ethical foundation. See the case of Amazon. Amazon is uh, giving us services that the home delivery and all these things they advertise. But what is happening to the workers of Amazon? They are continuously working for 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, and they are paid insufficient salary. And on the basis of their sweat and we are enjoying the home delivery of my phone or home delivery of the vegetables or grocery. So, ladies and gentlemen, so this is certainly against ethics. And what is sustainable development? Sustainable development, the one who has, that my young friend has correctly explained what is sustainable development, means keeping the stock for future generations or generations to come. And this kind of concept is embedded in our own culture, Indian culture. Our Indian culture is, as your economics professor Dattatreya is telling me, that our culture is based on sharing. On the contrary, the Western culture is not sharing culture, but more and more private culture. Privatization is the, you can say, the outcome of corporate culture, because they want to sell more TV sets, more computers, more laptops, and that's why if one laptop is used by me, my wife will have another laptop or another TV set. So in two people's, in 4 members family, there are 2-3 TV sets, or even the homes are also 2. So most of the professors are having second home. I don't know whether a second wife is there or not, but my dear friends, so we are having second home, third home. What for? And this is the tendency of grabbing the resources, and this tendency is unethical, and this tendency have intoxicated us. Only there is no need to just drink the liquor to get intoxicated. This money is intoxicating us, and desensitization for the poor people. So the major, why sustainable development, this concept was put forth in 1992 conference. I will just give you in few minutes some history. So right from 60s, the people were worried about environment. In 67 conference, it was Earth Summit, it was clearly mentioned that the environment versus development. So development is major cause of environmental degradation. And that's why some of the countries should be at 0 level of development. And of course, the poor countries thought that environment is not my baby. So environment is the rich people's concern. We don't need to think about the environment conservation or environment protection and so on. So similarly, 72 conference, and so naturally, United Nations, the some committee, so they sit together and they sat together and they found that there should be this dilemma, whether you want development or you want environment, should be resolved. How it can be resolved, and that's why they appointed a committee headed by Brundtland. And it was in 1986, and she was supported by scientists, and she was Prime Minister of Norway. So this means that the political people were taken into consideration, and all those political heads of the countries were in the committee, and they were supported by the social scientists, the political the students, scholars from the political science, and so on. So This committee has prepared a huge volume, a report, and that report is entitled as Our Common Future. See, that not our future, but our common future. So it's a future of all the nations. And in that, they have put forth this concept of sustainable development. And this concept has three major dimensions: social, economic, and environment. So it was not just the environment. So all environmental issues are embedded in the social issues, political issues, economic issues, and so on. And that's why I think that the language people, the scholars from various disciplines should come forward and comment on this kind of development. So sustainable development. Sustainable development, this kind of concept is in our culture that I had told you, that it is in simple way, the illiterate farmer will definitely say that if you ask him whether you want to sell your land or not, he will definitely say that no, because my farm is not earned by me. It is given to me by my forefathers, and it is my duty. I am a trustee of that property, and it is my duty to pass it on to the next generation. The same concept has been elaborated in sustainability goals, and it was observed that unless and until the development is inclusive in nature, it cannot be sustained for longer time, longer period. And that's why if you try to, what is the present economy? So present economy is such that it is definitely not based on ethics. It is creating disparity. What is meant by so-called development? 4-lane road, whether it is useful for how many people in India? The expressway, is it useful to common man? Is it development in real sense of the term? No. So I have conducted one survey alongside of Pune-Mumbai Express Highway. So 100 volunteers were kept with the interval of 5 kilometers on the road for 8 hours from morning to evening. And we found that nobody could get the transportation facility from traveling from Lonavala to Talegaon, or Talegaon to Lonavala, or Talegaon to Vadagaon. Why it is so? This is, so then at that time in my paper, I have remarked that this express highway is not the route. It is the flyover bridge for the local people. And what is its impact on local people? Pollution. So almost the 1 kilometer on one side and 1 kilometer on that side, you can find that the productivity of agricultural productivity has been reduced because of such land. So people may have whimsical ideas of 4-lane, 6-lane roads, and you may call it as the quadrilateral, and this is the arteries of, no, this is just nonsense. This is against the goals of sustainable development. Another thing is that these sustainable development goals were prepared in 1992 conference, which was called as the first Earth Summit on Environment and Development. Even the United Nations have renamed their department. It was just Environment Department, then Environment and UNEDP. So Environment and Development Department of Environment and Development. So this is the approach at the top. But still, in practice, you can see that the World Bank, economics people are there. The World Bank funded projects are always means more than 95% of the projects are related to creating disparity, related to making the profits to the big corporates. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's why this environmental justice or social justice and this economic justice have become at the central stage of Agenda 21, which was principled in 1992 first conference, and it is elaborated, it is discussed in 2002 second conference, then 2012 the third conference, and it will be again discussed, reviewed in 2022 conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the point where we academicians should try to sensitize the social leaders through sensitizing our students. I have done many such programs. I'm activist too, and that's why there are 2 CBI cases are going on. Anyway, apart from the self-information, this is just I do not like to share this the information related to myself. But my dear friends, it is necessary to understand what is the sustainable goals, all these things, Agenda 20, principles of Agenda 21. So all these have become the lip services of elite class people, but they are not following them. Take even our own government. Even our own government is also not following the rules of the sustainable development. Simple thing, in pandemic lockdown period, nobody is there to revolt or to raise their eyebrows against the central government. So at that time, what was done? So many projects which were pending, so many projects were sanctioned, which have got the ill impact on environment. The one single example is sufficient to understand this. The elephant reserves, large area of elephant reserves has been given to the celebration of Kumbh Mela. So this is it real? So many mining projects have been sanctioned just to please some corporates and to kill the local people. If somebody is speaking against them, they will have to be, they will be labeled something like Deshadrohi or urban Naxals. This is just the operation. So that's why the democracy is necessary. The true democratic activities must be there to have the conservation of environment and to achieve the sustainable goals. So now we'll see one by one. So I will finish within 40 minutes, some 10-20 minutes to environmental justice. So we'll start from what is meant by environmental justice. So what happens when environmental degradation is there? For example, climate change. What are the global issues? Why we call them as global issues? Because whatever will happen at any place of the globe, the impact will be there anywhere in the globe, right from the top layer of the atmosphere to the bottom of the ocean. So you can find the impact. And that's why these 3 global issues are important, and they have been highlighted by United Nations UNDP program, all these Earth summits. And these are 3 major goals are biodiversity depletion, then ozone layer, ozone holes, and third one is the climate change. So climate change has become so popular. So we'll discuss about that. But biodiversity is also important. Now see, the polluted water, water which is polluted in the urban areas, that urban waste is being mixed in the irrigation water, or the Honorable Ghali sir is expert in hydrogeology. He must be knowing that the groundwater has been polluted because of urban sewage, because of industries, because of all these the ill activities of the rich people. And that's why, take the case of any dam near Gadhinglaj. You can find that the dam water, the Ujni Dam near Kolhapur, you must be knowing that Kolhapur is getting the drinking water from this dam, Ujni Dam. But Ujni Dam water is completely polluted by heavy metal traces and so many things. And this pollution comes from the urban areas, metro cities, the industrial areas of Pune, metropolitan region. So, or the sewage, which is untreated sewage, which is mixed with the river water. So, rivers are dry and groundwater is also polluted because of this. So, this has the great impact on biodiversity also. This has great impact on agricultural diversity. In my village, one village, they get the backwater of Ujni Dam as a lift irrigation, and that's why on this polluted water, soils have been polluted, but the crop diversity has been reduced completely because people go for the sugarcane plantation, because that is the sturdy plant which can withstand for this polluted water. So in my small village, 5,000 hectares are under sugarcane cultivation. So same is the case with your Tehsil, Gadhinglaj. So this is the introduction of irrigation has reduced the diversity, and that's why the issues have been created. Another thing is that coming to the climate change. So my point is that the culprits of destruction of biodiversity, agricultural diversity, polluting soils, polluting water, so all those, the culprits are staying in one area. They are the richest from the rich class, and the sufferers are poor farmers. So that's why environmental justice is essential. Another thing is that climate change. Why climate change? This issue has been occurred. This is mainly because of emission of greenhouse gases. Where these greenhouse gases increase, they are emitted from, what is the source? The industry, road transport. And this, in nutshell, we can say that the use of petroleum products. So this consumption of petroleum products is sharp increasing. So it is estimated that in the last, means right from last 150 years or more, so from 1850 to 2020, in last 170 years, you can find that the emission has been increased this by more than 100 times. So at that time, geography people must be knowing that or even economics, we have studied it in the composition of atmosphere. The atmospheric composition says that the 21% oxygen is there and 78% 78% nitrogen is there. Only 1% includes all the gases, thousands of gases, in which carbon dioxide is such a meager percentage, 0.034%. This has been increased. And this is mainly this in last 150 years, this has been increased by 10%, 15%, and that's why one temperature of the globe has been increased by 1 degree Celsius. And this is the great threat to the people, especially the agricultural sector. So this 1 degree increase. Another thing is that this who is responsible for GHG emission, global greenhouse gases, emission of greenhouse gases, means it includes carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, because the other people are there. So I'm not just trying to put some jargons, but all are the all can collectively be called as carbon emission or greenhouse emission. So greenhouse gases have been emitted. This is mainly because the 80% is contributed, this emission, 80% of this emission is contributed by few countries, few developed countries. Like they call it as JUSCON, J-U-S, means Japan, United States of America, then Canada, then Australia, and then the New Zealand, and so on, plus European nations. If you add all the developed nations or the first world, you can find that the 90% of emission comes from these countries. And from among the developing countries, the major players are India and China. Then the last 1 or 2% of emission is contributed by the rest of the world. So this means that the 20% people are so rich that they are responsible for the emission of bad gases, and that is 80%. And rest of the 80% population is the sufferer, and they contribute just 20% of the emission of such ill or such toxic gases. So this is, you can say that the disparity. Even so, what is the function of environment? So there are two major functions of environment. One is environment provides us resources. So whatever we require for our own livelihood comes from nature. We cannot create something different. Even if genetically modified seeds and all these things, we try to produce more at the cost of some other resources. For example, in Green Revolution, after Green Revolution, we started just using the Ghali sir, you must be remembering this, that at that time in the report was there, irrigation commission report was there. The irrigation cannot be possible, canal irrigation cannot be possible more than some 13% or 15%. So that's why we should go for lift irrigation, then the small irrigation projects, and most importantly, groundwater. So groundwater should be used conjunctively for the irrigation system. And this was suggested by government planning. So this was the policy, and that's why we promoted construction of the bore wells. And now what happened? Because of bore wells, the groundwater level has gone down to 500 feet. And please remember one important study which reveals that the irrigated areas show the downward movement of, or you can say that the more declined groundwater levels. So as irrigation area under irrigation percentage area under irrigation is directly correlated with the declining levels of groundwater. So simple students from Marathi or English will definitely, Thorat sir is there. So he will definitely ask that, oh, Sapir sir, what is this nonsense? This may be a wrong observation, but it is true. This is mainly because, take the case of Baramati or even Gadhinglaj, your own village, so your own Tahsil. So you can find that those who are benefited with the surface water irrigation, they become rich in 70s and 80s, and they have got the sufficient money and purchasing power to use the machinery for construction of borewell and to put the submersible motor. So that's why till 90, within 10 years time, so many, you can see that the number of bore wells have increased by 100, 200 times in such areas. So this is not, such bore well technology was not utilized to make the safe drinking, make the availability of safe drinking water to the drought-stricken areas. This is not certainly a justice. This is not certainly the ethics. So, Niti Mulya or ethical value. What is ethics? So, ethics says that give something to those who are deprived of. Now, similarly, in the name of environmental justice, our government is, let me tell you one thing, in front of Vice Chancellor and in front of academic people, I would say that the academicians are not politicians. So we have every right to criticize the present government. Don't worry about that. Don't get threatened by your management or principal or Vice Chancellor that you should not speak against government. Yes, we have a right. And who has given this right? The Constitution of India. Whatever we feel and what we have studied, it is our right to share with the people. So, my dear young friends, don't have this fear psyche. Till today, democracy is not totally died. So, my dear friends, so that's why what my point was that the ethical values are always stated at the top. Our government always says that for the poor people we are doing this. So now in pandemic period we have understood that the private hospitals and privatization of healthcare services is completely failed. These private hospitals couldn't cater the essential medicines and all these things to in pandemic period to the common people. So this is proved. And why this virus is emerged? This is because of decreasing biodiversity, microbial diversity. If microbial diversity is reduced, then some of the resistant varieties, species, grow with a faster rate. This is mainly because they are the only who can grab the environmental resources in a given situation. They don't have to face the competition. If the deers are just free from tigers, so naturally their population will be increased with sharp rate. So in a similar way, the mosquitoes have been increased. In a similar way, those who are well versed with microbiology will understand this, and it is our duty to explain it to the common man that because we are we are killing many microorganisms from our soil, from our water, and that's why some of the resistant viruses are flourishing. And if this virus persists for longer longer period in one region, it gets muted. And then this kind of, this will be more danger. Though scientists have warned this, and you can see the reports of at international level, and even Indian scientists have warned it. So whether to listen to the scientific world or not, it is the question of government. It is government's problem. So my dear friends, so government is always saying that we are just following the goals of sustainability. We are following the conservation, but in practice, they are giving the licenses to the minerals. Whatever is done for environmental justice is done by local people. I will quote the example of, in just 1 second, the example of Hivre Bazaar. So all of you know this. But why Hivre Bazaar has become successful? This is mainly because they have added the water resource for agriculture and drinking purpose. And their distribution they have done equitably. As Honorable Vice Chancellor has said, that according to the goal, equity is the important goal in sustainable development. That's why Hivre Bazaar is more sustainable. They don't allow to bore the wells for agriculture purpose. Bore wells can only be used for drinking water, drinking purpose. So if you want to use groundwater for irrigation, you have to dig the open well, and then you have to supply water. And another thing is that they have control. Gram Sabha has a control over this use of water resource for agriculture. Nobody is allowed to plant the banana or sugarcane or any crop which requires more water. And that's why they have got 3 seasons, agricultural seasons, and in 3 seasons they get the production, agricultural production, and that's why the millionaires in that particular village, this figure has been increased from 0 to now 30. More than 30, when the 100 families are there, but more than 30 families are millionaires. Means their annual income is more than 10 lakh rupees. So, my dear friends, this is sustainability. So, similar example, but small, unpublished or not famous example is that in one village, in my tahsil, one single person started saying for last 10 years that we should not allow the to sell. Gram Panchayat is not allowed to sell the minor, what you say that minor minerals means that sand and all these things from our village. And this was successful in that particular village. Then it spread, that message was spread up to 8 villages, and that particular, you can say that the almost 10 kilometers reach of Sina River in Karjat Tahsil is now a great source of water for agriculture and for drinking purpose. If you just see upstream side, Sina is dry. If you see downstream side, Sina is again dry. But only this sand which is accumulated in that particular area is providing a great water resource for so many 8 villages. So, and why their idea was restricted to certain boundary? This is because again a political reason. That village, the one minister comes from that village, and his electioneering is funded by the sand mafia, and that's why he is saying that no. He is a powerful person because he is minister. Now he is not minister, but previous government, the state minister, he was there. So yani he comes from our faculty, so our community, our fraternity. He is a professor. So my dear friends, so insensitive political leaders are there. So any solution for environmental conservation, if it comes from the corporate bodies, it is not a solution in real. Now you can see that the this CSR has become buzzword, but have you received any CSR funds unless and until you have got contact? Have any Adivasi or tribal people received the CSR funds? You study it. So economics people, or sociology people, or the one who are doing the social work diploma or social work graduation, they should survey it where those CSR funds go. So you should keep it in mind that you will not be helped by the top people. How can you expect that those who are culprits will help us? They will definitely use good English language for making their lip services more and more ornamental, more and more famous. So, but they are not doing, they are doing nothing in practice. So I had also quoted the example of the World Bank funded projects. So dear friends, so this environmental justice means the justice to the people who are the sufferers. So in climate change, the capacity building program was given 10 years back by United Nations. Now the committee of this IPCC, means Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change. So that panel has given in last year only, the latest report says that the environmental justice is important because the culprits are something which are different and the sufferers are different. Another thing is that all these culprits create more waste. You can also find that in your village, in Gadhinglaj, the waste generation has been increased after globalization, after increase in salary of teachers, increase in salary of workers. So when we become rich in organized sector, we create more and more waste. So I just give you one figure that we are throwing, means the world human community is throwing 1,500 empty bottles per second, 1,500 bottles per second. Every year we create 18 million tons of plastic, which is very difficult to degrade, which is very difficult to manage. But we love Amazon. Amazon gives you the plastic coated. And in this pandemic period, we always think that, oh, plastic coated means it is free from virus. This is again a myth. So the food security is also myth. In the name of food security, people try to say, so do you know that what is the tagline of Kargil? Kargil is the food giant or water giant or the oil giant. The tagline of Kargil is that we supply food to each and every corner of the world. This means that they are food giants in the world, top one. And they have purchased this Gemini. And they have got lot of adulteration cases in various countries. In our country, there are more than 70 adulterated cases. But their advertisement is there, and that's why we love buying Gemini oil. So please at least stop purchasing using this Gemini oil, edible oil. And now why edible oil is costly? Now we come to the economic justice. Now see that where this money comes from. All the corporates get money only because the many people purchase their products. Take the case of, again, I will repeat the example of edible oil. Edible oil is purchased by all sections of society. Huge market is there, just like milk, just like water. And this is purchased by all of us, and this is being, the prices have been increased in last week. This is mainly because in international market, the prices of palm oil has been increased. Who is responsible for that? Cargill. And Cargill mixes palm oil in our edible oil, because the Cargill is such a great giant that he has influenced the Parliament of India, he has influenced the Prime Minister of India, and Prime Minister has agreed upon, which is not given on TV media. They agreed upon that we will make the law suitable, which can suit to you to sell the goods. And the law was in 2015, the amendment was done. And what was that amendment? That the adulteration means any toxic material, if it is adulterated, then adultery, and if it is more than 30%, then the adulteration case can be filed. If 30% other edible oil is mixed, this is not considered as adulteration. This means that what you eat as shengdana tel or groundnut oil, that contains 30 to 40% of palm oil. And who certifies that, whether it is 30% or 40%? So, my dear friends, this is the economic system world over. And our government is not committed to the people of India, but it is committed to the corporate world. Because what is globalization? Globalization is nothing but the Americanization or the corporatization. The globalization is not for the benefits of this. The economist people, they are well versed with this Gunnar Myrdal's model. So Gunnar Myrdal has put forth, I think in 65 or 70. So he has clearly mentioned that the backwash theory, the poor regions have been exploited by the rich people. So this is mainly because now you see that in a small village, smallest possible village, you can find that. So because I have experienced it when I go for the NSS camp to deliver some lectures, I just inquire there in that particular area, whether they get Coca-Cola. The students are very happy to say that, yes, we get Coca-Cola every day here. We get Limca, we get Pepsi, we get also that wafers and the Pepsi or whatever it may be. So that green, which some Amitabh Bachchan is showing, or they also get the bottled water. This means that all these business has been reached to the poorest of poor. Not education, not healthcare. Honorable Vice Chancellor has mentioned about this. So, no healthcare, no good roads. There are 6-lane roads are there in our country just to show that we are rich. But no roads are there, no approachable roads are there, no drinking water is there, not a potable water. Even that water cannot be used for bath. So this is mainly because in my village, the water cannot be used for bath. This is because the toxic material which has been mixed in Bhima River. So this is the issue. This means that they are becoming rich at the cost of poor man's ownership, the resource ownership. So we are deprived, poor people are deprived of drinking water. And what is the economy? The solution is for economic justice. People give subsidy. The America gives more than $350 billion subsidy to the farming sector. And what happens to that? This means that the federal funds are being given to the corporates 300 and 350 billion, B for bachelor. So $1 billion are given to the business which are promoting the genetically modified seeds, which are producing tractors, which are producing harvesters, which are producing diesel or petrol, which are producing the trucks. So indirectly, this subsidy goes not directly to the farmers, not for the welfare of the farmers, but welfare of the companies like Walmart, Cargill, companies like John Deere, which produces tractor or harvesters, and so on. So, my dear friends, this is again I will come to the study area. Means we have carried out the survey that alongside of Bhima, there are 100 villages were sanctioned for giving subsidy for drinking water. And what has happened? That drinking water facility for giving that the 25 lakhs of rupees have been given by central government. Some part is given by state government, and some part is to be collected in the Gram Panchayat. And the total 35 lakh project is completed. And that project is having the RO water. Means we pump out the toxic water, put it in that particular machine, and that machine gives us another ATM type machine is there. Nobody trusts on the poor people. They have to pay first, and they have to just give the card, and then 1 liter water, 2 liters or 4 liters, 5 liters. And what is the cost? More than 10 paisa, more than 25 paisa, more than 15 paisa for getting that 1 liter of water. What is the cost that Kolhapur people pay, that Pune people pay? It is less than 1 paisa per liter. If you calculate your use of water, and if you calculate the cost of water that you get, so you can find that it is less than 1 paisa. Means I have found out that in Pune and Mumbai, so we get water at the 4th floor with a rate that 1 paisa per 10 liters, means 0.1 paisa per liter. It is the cost. And the cost for the poor people there, not at their home, they have to go there, put the water in the can and bring it at home. On an average, every people have to at least walk with big water jar, at least for 500 meters, so half a kilometer. So this is not the economic justice. Who has stolen your water? It is necessary that they should provide you the free of charge, at free of charge. This is so people always say that the people should take the responsibility. Government should not take the responsibility. But I will say that the government should not take the responsibility of the corporates, their livelihood. If Tata is dying, let him die. If Reliance is dying, let them die. Why government intervenes for that? If government intervenes, if they adjust the loans of the big companies, then they should also adjust the loans of the farmers. In my community, most of the people are desensitized about farmers. They were asking me the question, sir, you are so learned person, and why do you advocate that the farmers' loan should be waived off completely? So that then I just put forth some figures from the government data that how much loan has been waived to the big corporates. So that was more than 10 lakhs of crores of rupees in the last 5 years. And what is the demand of the farmers? Some 15,000 in some states, 2,000 in small states. In Maharashtra, it was just the 10,000 crores of rupees. So why not? Another thing is that if flood was there, why flood affected people in Kolhapur district should not be supported completely? Who has brought the flood? This is because of mismanagement of the tank water. And that's why I visited Sangli, and this, I was working there hard with my young colleagues, young professors and young students. And I stayed there for more than 30 days, and I found that this is not the flood because of rains only. It was the flood because of mismanagement of the water, mismanagement of this dam water. So everybody knows. Why we should not tell it to the people? Why we should not tell it to the then Chief Minister of Maharashtra? I have wrote to him. So, dear friends, this economic justice, so destruction of poor people, destruction of, suppose one person is died in a family or due to pandemic, what happens? At least 4 or 5 persons are dependent on him. So what is dependency ratio in rural area? So you can find it out. And if the person, one who is from unorganized sector, economics will please understand this, unorganized sector, if he or she dies in this pandemic, so what will happen? What is about compensation? She has no bank account. She has no voice to say that, yes, I want money. No. So these are the issues, and this justice should be given to the voluntary organizations or the educational academic bodies like the Ghali College should come forward and try to find out in which area we should provide economic justice, which area we should go for. At least take one single village or second village and try to be committed to addressing the downtrodden class issues, farmers issues. So this is why this I'm close observer of Delhi farmers agitation. According to me, this is the organically grown organization. It is not supported by terrorists. This is just the ignorance of some people, or they are playing ignorance to say that this is organized by terrorists, and that they are waiting how it will wither away. This means that don't water your crop, so it will appear, in some time it will wither away. But it is just like a organic tree which is deeply rooted in the soil. So without watering, it can withstand. It can stand erect. Similarly, this agitation is standing still. 6 months have been completed. Why it is so? Because they have a fear psyche that they are being exploited. They understand very well. They don't require Praveen Saptarshi's research paper or research thesis or the Dattatray's thesis to understand how they are exploited. They know it. They have a practical knowledge. They have a robust understanding that they are being exploited, and they are denied the justice. And these laws, 3 laws, are customized laws for the benefits of big corporates. And that's why they know that their land they will not interested in purchasing their land, but they will suck their land in such a way that the profitability will be in the hands of corporates, and the risk lies with the farmers. Dear friends, this is a very good area for economists to calculate the risk factor at the lower strata and the profitability. If you see the agricultural model today in irrigated areas, so how much is the cost borne by the inputs coming from outside the village? And what is the cost of production which is circulated amongst the cost of production, which includes the employment, the salary of the field workers, and or you can say that the hajari, or in our words we say that the according to. So this labor charges are circulated in the lower class people. But what is the, it is not more than 10% of the cost. And rest of the cost is borne by the, for purchasing pesticides, medicines, who manufactures those things? Or this, what is that concentrate feed, Godrej, Pashu Ahar or something like that. So such feeds are produced by corporates, big industries. This means that you are just giving them money, and that money is immediately given to this. Bank gives guarantee for the big corporates that this money will be given to you. But bank doesn't give guarantee to the apple growers or to the onion grower that we will, if the market fails, we will pay for you. That bank guarantee is not given to the farmer. This is not economic justice. And what is the risk at the farmer's end? If cow is died, the farmer almost he is almost on the verge of death. So this is 100% risk lies with the farmer. If there is no water for the canal, who is at risk? Farmer. If there is something happened like pandemic and all these things, what happened to the milk producers now in pandemic period? Hotels are closed, the milk production is. So this, what is actual economic justice? I would say that whatever is the selling price to the consumers, that should be studied. The at least 50% of that should reach to 50-60% of that should reach to the farmer, farming sector. It is not that. Almost 10 to 15%, 20% of the cost that we pay for dodka or for this pomegranate is reaching to the farmer. So this means that this is not the example of economic justice. We have to regain economic justice. And this economic justice can be regained only if voice of these people, poor people, becomes stronger and stronger. So let me end with this economic justice part, with this, that why I'm telling about economic justice. This is again beneficial for the nation, because we all say that service sector is contributing GAV. Now economics people will just teach us about this GAV. What is GAV? The gross annual value of agricultural sector is about total GAV in 2018. After that, no survey has been published. So that's why I have taken the latest figure. 137.51 lakh of rupees, lakh crores of rupees is our GAV. And of that, 29% contribution is coming from industry. Now see, only 29%. 16.7% from manufacturing sector. Of these 29, the manufacturing contributes only 16%. And our farmers are contributing producing activities 17.32%. So my point is that the farming sector is producing more than the manufacturing sector. Rest is the money calculation is service sector and all these things. So if we are trying to exploit them, what will happen? Your rupee value will be reduced. And then Infosys, the companies like Infosys, Reliance, Adani, the Tata consultancy, they will be very happy if rupee value is less, because salary is indirectly reduced. And rupee value is dependent on, again, top people, not by us. So that's why if we I always suggest that the learned people should advise they don't purchase the new car every 5 years time. Please don't purchase car, because it goes to that money goes to the, don't use or reduce the use of petroleum products. If we reduce use of petroleum products, our import of oil will be reduced by, if it is reduced by, just hypothetical case, 20%, the dollar value will also be reduced by 20%. That's why America is fighting and supporting, is interested in the fighting amongst the Muslim in that particular Muslim belt, that oil belt, shattering belt in geography it is called as shattering belt. So this is the truth. If we stop purchasing gold is totally imported. No gold production is going on is possible in our country. So we purchase gold, which means we import gold. So if we stop purchasing gold, then what will happen? The dollar value will again be reduced by 20%. So my dear friends, in the marriages, you develop a culture. Start from your college, that nobody will discuss about the new car. Nobody will discuss about the ornaments of gold. If somebody is using this earring, say that, oh, this is something nonsense. Suppose somebody is using dirty shirt, you will say that, oh, it is just like a dirty shirt, using this. And those who will ask you to vote for and with these earrings, so please tell them that unless and until you remove these rings, I will not vote for you. So this kind of culture should be there. Those who will just, the flex boards are, again, this is again the economic justice. Flex boards should be banned in Gadhinglaj district, or in Gadhinglaj tehsil. So this flex board is most pollutant material. So what for flex boarding? So flex board, so all these lip services, the people become leaders because of this kind of services, without doing anything which is beneficial to the people of India. So my dear friends, last point I will take about the social justice. So we have studied that we have found, at least everybody must be aware that the environmental issues require regaining of environmental justice, similarly regaining of economic justice, because both are interlinked with each other. So the last point, social justice, is also important, in which we have to be social, means the ethical values, educational services, then healthcare services. The ill distribution of healthcare services is also wrong for development, sustainable development. Then healthcare, education, then democracy. Democracy is important. Disparity should be reduced. So my model, because in the last, when I was this UGC funded project I have completed in 2016 to 18, in 2 years period. So it was based on the farmer's model that I have put forth in that particular place. But I'm not, don't worry, I'm not telling you all these things. But my research says that the farming sector need not be supported from external agencies. Only thing is that it should be protected from the externality. So economics people are well versed about externality. So this, Another thing that I have put forth this model, that environmental degradation is not done by poor people. Environmental degradation is done in the interest of some people. It is necessary for some people to degrade environment, and this degradation of environment leads to disparity because they are interested in disparity. They are interested in maintaining poverty. So disparity is essential for them. Then this disparity leads to declining democratic rights of the people. Civil rights of people are synchronized. Now, in our nation, what happened? We consider democracy is limited to the electioneering. And those who are championing electioneering can rule us for 5 years' time. So this is not democracy. Democracy means every day civil right should be exerted. But here, civil right cannot be exerted. So if I write something on Facebook, so I receive hundreds of trolling that you will be killed when you go to this for morning walk. We know you are alone. You will be. So I immediately write there. Oh no problem, no problem. I am ready to die. No, so I don't have any fear psyche about it. So this is the social culture. Then media, education is important, and that's why this new policy of education is not providing equitable opportunity to all. It is supporting, it is corporate type of education. It is supporting one college, selected one college. Because again, it is Brahminism. So exclusiveness. Selected one college as the college for potential excellence. Selected one university as the potential excellence. Selection of one institute in one district. This is just nonsense. This is just to hide the fact that many colleges are not funded by government for last 20 years, 20, 30 years. I am president of one college committee of the one college which is run on non-grant basis. So this is not a social justice. So this kind of denying liberal education, denying the school education, high school education to the rural poor is not a social justice. Social justice means the whatever is. Can you say something about against your MLA? MLA means just like you consider as MLA as your owner. Malak hai. So no. You start addressing. I address my MLA from my tahsil as Rahul or Rohit. Rohit, how are you? So this is essential. This kind of culture is essential. Don't consider that all these leaders, political leaders, are something different. They are from us, and they are because of us. This democratic value we are forgetting, and this is or another thing is that in society we are misreported by media, by newspapers. Is it not our right to know the truth? This society, we are living in a democratic society, and that's why it is our right, fundamental right, to know the truth. So all these things should be, because time is running, so I will just say that all these questions should be, I have raised some questions in my written lecture. So please go through that written lecture and find out some research areas according to your subject, and according to, at least take the help of other subjects, at least not multidisciplinary, bidisciplinary projects. You try to complete those projects. And this is not for attaining API or increasing your API, but this is mainly according to the commitment to the society. Because you are Mr. Dattatreya or Mr. Santosh. I know all these are my favorite young friends, and I know that how they have achieved, but from where they are coming from. I know that their poor area, and that's why. So we have come from that area to this level. This means it is our commitment. We should be committed to the society. So as a commitment to the society, you do this not as a lip services or not as just making the society full. So this kind of behavior we should start, and if we really give the economic, social, and this justice, then and then only sustainable future can be possible. We may call it as a livable future. So in Baltimore, that Hopkins Institute, I visited Hopkins Institute because my a great man from our Tehsil, Jamkhed and Karzat area in Ahmednagar district, Dr. Arole, Rajnikant Arole, is the alumnus from that particular institute. So I visited that. There, the one department was there. I was invited for giving the lecture on agricultural issues in India. So at that time, when I entered that department, the big board was there. This is for livable future. That's sustainable development. So livable future means livable for the future generations. So with these words, we hope that academicians will be more committed, more active to re-establish the social justice in the form of true democracy and true civil rights. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Saptarshi sir, for providing detailed information about how by using the familiar examples we achieve the goals of sustainable development. And again, thankful for correlating agriculture sector, economical justice, and social justice. Thank you, sir. Now the session is open for discussion. Any participants, any doubt, any questions?
Let me humbly accept the fact that I am not the only person who can answer the queries. Anybody from you, I can see Ghali sir can also answer the question, or this doctor can also say. So many people are there. But if you want to ask me some questions, definitely I will answer. Thank you.
Any questions from any participant?
Sir, am I audible?
Yes.
Audible, madam. Continue.
Sir, I am Shraddha Rajput from Hidayatullah National Law University, Chhattisgarh.
Yes.
Sir, I just have a simple question for you, sir. Like, I need your opinion that how far fundamental duties can help us to achieve sustainable development goals.
Of course. Yes, because fundamental rights, fundamental duties given in Constitution of India support the goals. So I suggested in some seminar in the outside India that it seems that the Constitution of India might have been studied by the committee who has framed all the sustainable goals and this principles of Agenda 21. What principles of Agenda 21 says? That the local self-governance should be strengthened. So that's why Mandalika is the example in India, that हमारे गांव दिल्ली मुंबई में हमारा सरकार, हमारे गांव में हम ही सरकार. So this is the spirit of democracy. So this is fundamental rights and fundamental duties. Hami Sarkar means duty is also there. They have to earn more money on selling less bamboo or cutting less bamboo. So this is Mindaleka's example is good because people must be knowing about because of literature. So that Mendaleka book should be included in your syllabus also, in economics also, in sociology also, in politics also.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Saptarshi sir. Now I am going to welcome Mr. Nilesh Shetty sir to give the brief introduction of resource person for session 2nd.
Thank you, Ashwin. Let us welcome resource person for session 2nd, Dr. Gajanan Ghodke sir. He is working as associate professor, Dongguk University, Department of Biological and Environmental Sciences, Seoul, South Korea. He has worked as a postdoctoral researcher, Hanyang University and Kunpuk National University. He has published 94 research papers in well-reputed journals. His major research includes treatment of hazardous engineered nanomaterials, absorption, remediation of cobalt oxide nanoparticles, magnetized and chitosan functionalized alpha cellulose fibers, and many more. He has serving as professional reviewer for many of reputed journals. Now I request Dr. Gajanan Ghodke sir to start the session.
Thank you, Dr. Nilesh. I am very thankful to the leadership of Ghali College, Gadhinglaj. I hope I am audible, right? So, and again, I am very thankful to the principal of college, Mangal Kumar Patil, sir, and his team, and also the whole committee of the conference, and all chairs of the Department of Chemistry, Economics, and Marathi, and their allied team members who are involved in the organizing this conference, even though the COVID-19 is a very strongly affecting our life and all other possibilities of even progress. First of all, I would like to share my thoughts on different topics about chemistry applications in achieving sustainable developments. I'm very delighted to see and listen Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Shirke sir for his great thoughts on sustainable development. I was very surprised for his suggestion and very motivated to apply in our research in future, because his wide understanding on these topics definitely will help all of us as well as new researchers. Again, I would like to say that all the team, in addition to the resource persons, Saptarshi sir and Dhaule sir, and the madam who will represent about the Marathi subject. The first of all, this is the great news about getting the great NAC accreditation for both our university and Ghali College. It is a great achievement. I would like to congratulate all of our stakeholders. I'm very happy to see the huge response to this conference from different disciplines, and audience is, I think, very keen to listen our Honorable Vice Chancellor Shirke sir and Saptarshi sir, and it was very important to all of us. I think this conference brought us a very important topic for all of us. This has huge dimensions, I think limitless dimensions across all disciplines. But I would like to focus on the applications of green chemistry to achieve the sustainable development. In this regard, I think Dr. Shirke sir and Dr. Saptru sir, as well as our college leader, Satish Ghali sir, and our principal sir has guided us how we can progress in future. Actually, sustainable development is immense dimensions, considering all kind of subjects from economics to commerce to all kind of art subjects, history, including all kind of science and technologies. I think this, the field, particularly the green chemistry, has been established from last 2 decades, but currently has huge attention because of the significance of the green chemistry in different sectors. I would like to consider how both academia and industry can address challenges related to the sustainable development of chemical industry and thus economic growth of our country. Briefly, I would like to suggest that how we can understand the green chemistry. Because the green chemistry is a set of principles together we can apply to achieve our sustainable development. Green chemistry has been always a central role in the provision of our food, energy, and materials and medicine. But the question is, are they clean, safe, or environmentally responsible? Because we know that there is very difficult to get good food, clean water, and clean energy, and like biomass and materials, as well as the medicines. Those nowadays are very difficult to get the safer medicines. In recent years, there has been severe increase in the research in the field of green chemistry, and there is a great move towards environment-friendly and sustainable products and processes development. Those are under the developments. The focus of our presentation will be on the green chemistry, particularly for the development of sustainable means, particularly for provision of organic food through the organic agriculture, clean water, quality food, and energy, particularly through the application of green chemistry. Green chemistry should be in education worldwide, from the higher secondary to the university level. So these topics will be also covered, how we can implement significance of green chemistry through the education and the research achievements. In simple terms, we can understand the chemistry has again several disciplines, and chemistry itself is hugely interdisciplinary. So we would focus the green chemistry, that simply known as benign chemistry or clean chemistry, that can be very effective for achievement of sustainability for future of our generation. So the clean chemistry or benign chemistry, it can be very easily understood by any audience at any discipline. So let's look at how this green chemistry has huge potential to address our current challenges. As Saptru sir has told that there is huge challenges as the waste of industry, because practicing modern approaches to the waste management are missing, as told by Saptru sir, because industrialists are not being responsible over the waste management. And the details of we all know that what is the fate of those pollutants, and those directly goes to the clean water, and the sufferers are the ordinary people. So another challenge is that how we can minimize the risk by limiting exposure and reducing quantities of using those chemicals in the processes. How we can deal if we are not able to avoid the chemical exposure. So how we can deal those chemicals, those has to be very clear and should be implemented at ground level. So we can see that the biomass burning can be seen all over the agriculture fields, and biomass is very valuable. We can make out of those, like we can make ethanol, energy, and biochar. Like it is very valuable for the agriculture and compost and many kind of green chemicals. But we are still not being responsible to process those biomass and make those products. So we should be very aware to avoid biomass burning in those fields. So biomass is one of the great material. Those can be processed various kind of compounds or products. Those are not limitless. So another point is how we can address the problem of getting safer chemicals and drugs. Those are directly affecting our health, because everything is related to our health. So we should be very careful that those are safe and those are made out of the green chemistry applications. Because manufacturing of safer chemicals, nanomaterials, and consumption and their application should be very clear. So I will summarize those topics in a future talk. So how to look at the green chemistry for sustainable development and or economic growth is a very important and challenging subject, but the missing is the implementation. So this implementation of green chemistry principles is very important. So we should understand what can be our objectives. So this green chemistry should be know very well that our objective should be very clear. So let's look at what can be our objective in terms of performance. If we look at how we can implement these green chemistry principles, particularly in the laboratories like universities, institutes, and industries. So implementing these principles from research laboratories and all these institutes and industries should be made very clear that it is performing well on these principles. The most of the process, products, and technologies should come out of these chemistry applications. Let's learn how to demonstrate the significance of green chemistry as a lab course. So it should become under the education system. So our students should be aware of the significance of the green chemistry, so they will think on the subject and look for the new green processes. We must look to design, interpret a greener routes, and avoid traditional chemical reactions and routes. So traditionally, we are performing any kind of chemicals that may be toxic, hazardous to the animals, human, and environment. So we should avoid those chemicals during the design and applying the new technologies. We should understand the significance of the green chemistry to improve our sustainability day-to-day time, as well as as large scales. So another point is that how we can apply even at the quantum leap we can achieve throughout the globe and the country by just looking at how we can use the energy, like reduce energy uses, and in the laboratory as well as in our home applications. So suppose we are running the experiments, we can run at the micro scale to reduce the waste of the process. So simply that is some of the suggestions are here, like we can use green solvents in the process. If we are producing any kind of acidic or alkaline waste, we can neutralize and then discharge. We should be very responsible to avoid direct discharge of any chemicals. We should look how we can recycle electronics, ice packs, packaging materials like toner cartridge, water purification cartridge. So small things we can consider in our home as well as in laboratories, and then at large scale at industrial laboratories and production units. So another objective of the green chemistry, learning objective, how we can put the green chemistry in the learning field, like in school, college, and universities. We should investigate the important examples of green chemistry application relevant to the students and citizens, and then make sure that we are teaching those principles to the students. We should understand how we can apply this concept in our research fields and then we can make them very important and make them applications in follow to save our planet. There is a huge need to conceptualize the significance of sustainability and link those things to change our education system, where we can bring new syllabus, new things to educate our students and our future citizens. to make very different kind of sustainable learning tools. I think those are working in education departments, those can contribute in those fields. We should understand the important role of green chemistry and know how to deal with our own practical life, in own home, in our offices, and at large scale in laboratories where these principles should be applied. So, as Shirke sir told that we should look, our education policy should be implemented very thoroughly. There is need of implementing these principles to make these students aware, because our students don't know there are numerous scholarships, grants available for researchers in future, because our young scholars should be very aware to know that in future they can contribute to achieve the goals of green chemistry and sustainable development by getting those scholarships and research opportunities. Another idea is that we can set up the interactive teaching units. Those can be developed specifically to introduce undergraduate students and the green chemistry principles implementation. Because chemistry students can be understood in detail, but overall, all citizens should understand the significance of the green chemistry and safer methods to apply even all of our methods. Because these designs, we can look even choosing our regions in laboratories. Because particularly the dimension of green chemistry or sustainable chemistry has huge challenges. So we should bring those in chemical education, both in terms of future direction and the scope of green chemistry. Because sustainable chemistry cannot be considered just like single academic course. It requires a lot of concept, philosophy of sustainability, and it should be introduced to all chemistry courses, both to the secondary, post-secondary, tertiary levels, as well as university levels, as told by our Honorable Vice Chancellor Shirke sir. Because this subject is very complex and it should be applied in specific levels. Because it is just to understand at the significance is okay, but to apply at the laboratories, we should understand the particular applications. Because the complexity and the diversity of the applications, we can look at the implementation that demands various kind of teaching methodologies. So that can be addressed by those challenges can be looked by our education departments, where we can apply those things. For example, for higher education students, they can look how our process can be thermodynamically very sustainable, how our processes can be considered as energy efficient, how we can apply the principles of kinetics, and then how we can look to maximize the yield of the product and decrease the byproduct formation. So there is no issue of the management of the waste. So we should interlink those chemicals, chemical principles, knowledge together to apply as a foundation on where we can look at sustainability of the particular chemical enterprise like industrial sector. Because chemical industries are contributing all kind of products, all sort of products in our life. So these chemical enterprises has huge potential to look our great new products, where we can look for the safer products and also contribute to our economic growth. Less byproducts and less waste should be achieved, where we can look at the greenness of the process and thus achieving the sustainability at the industrial as well as the economic growth. So these things are missing in our education system. So we can look how can apply this system, because this system currently we are aware of those things, but implementation is missing. So we have no achievements in this field. So nowadays we can, that we can meet the need of present generation. But how about the future generation? We should not compromise the needs of future generation. So for those things, we should look the safer technologies. So we should look at the new inventions, new designs, and those applications for the safer products, processes. Those can reduce, eliminate the use or generation of hazardous substances, where we can look for clean energy, clean food, water, as well as renewable biomass, and finally renewable energy. So our goal should be, primary goal should be achieving the environment protection through the primary pollution prevention, because if we prevent the pollution, then there is no question of the management or remediation of the pollution. So environment protection is one of the application for the green chemistry applications. So we can use the chemistry to protect our environment, and we can use this chemistry for the improving the performance of our industrial manufacturing. So the industrial ecology is the key to achieve the green chemistry, because green chemistry is a tool. We have to look how our industrial ecology is considering, because as Saptarushi sir told that our industrial ecology is being somehow irresponsible over the management of their waste as well as the quality of the products. To achieve the sustainable development and those goals, we have to rely on the green chemistry principles, and that is at the heart of our industrial economy. And this ecology has to be very responsible, ethical, and sensible, where finally we can achieve those goals. Otherwise, it will be just our wish, because without being environmentally responsible and sensible, this achievement is just kind of discussion. So there are 12 principles we can apply in those reactions or processes. I think chemistry students may aware or should aware about those 12 principles of green chemistry, where we can use those principles to apply, to design, to develop or implement during the chemical products or chemical process. And these principles can enable scientists like us to protect the environment and give the benefits to our economy, give benefits to the people, and finally to the planet. So I think I would like to just mention, I think for the details of each principles, I think you can go and study those principles and apply in your future research, because those principles are very effective and essential to apply in our future research. Because I think most of the students are going to aspire to be as a researcher, to be as a scientist. Maybe they may be in any field, maybe in the science, engineering, or technology, or any kind of other subject. But I think most of the green chemistry principles can be applicable in certain situation and certain case or certain processes and technologies. So if we consider those principles, I think you can find some of them are applicable in some time in some processes, and those should be applied. Like we should prevent waste is principle number 1. Principle number 2 is atom economy. That means we should convert all ingredients or reactions to the final products. Maximum conversion, that is atom economy. Atom means molecule to molecule should be turned into the final product. Less hazardous synthesis methods. We should look for those things. Design benign chemicals. Like those chemicals are benign, then we can employ in our processes. Benign solvents should be applied in the processes. Design for energy efficiency. I have tried to apply it in the synthesis of nanoparticles and the application and the safety problems of those particles. So there is possibility of applying, but we should consider and give the priority to those principles, because in research we can do research, but we should look, is it safe? We are looking as a responsible researcher to develop new methods, new processes, new products or technologies are environmentally safe, or as a responsible citizen too, because these are the challenging problems in all sort of industrial sectors. So I have tried to apply and look, and I have found that some of the principles can be applied for the production of nanomaterials. So here we success, I would like to mention the success of the application of this principle, where when I tried to apply, I think I was successful to make some of the nanoparticle suspension, thick suspension for long-term stability. That means when we try to convert some kind of metal precursors to the nanoproducts, we were successful to convert about 98% of the metal precursor to the well-desired, very potent nanoparticles like silver and gold nanoparticles. And then we develop some kind of toxicity studies and look at their safety measures. And definitely these nanoparticles are cannot be safe all the time and all the place, because we cannot predict their fate in the environment. We can look at the toxicity per particular organism, but it may be not sure that how they react in the environment to the particular different kind of organism or plants or animals or humans. So metal particles or other kind of nanoparticles, because there are very different methods in nanosynthesis. So we can look to how we can apply for those principles, and then we can look the significance of this green chemistry for the medicinal chemistry, because medicinal chemistry is directly affecting our health. We know that we're still struggling to get the drugs for COVID-19, because medicinal chemistry is currently hugely developed, because there are a lot of drugs available in market for different problems, but are they safe for example, the drugs available for cancer, are they safe for our health? No. So how we apply these green chemistry principles to get the new drugs are more safe, because medicinal chemistry is a discipline of one of the chemistry, but it involves mostly depend on the green chemistry principles, because it is directly related to the biology or pharmacy. So it is a great concern when we invent or discover or design new drugs and identify those drugs very effective against some kind of disease or infections. So then we can look for preparation of those drugs at large scale, and there is possibility of getting large scale waste. Different metabolites, intermediates get direct to the environment. If the industrialist is not responsible, it directly affects the life of aquatic animals. And then when we eat those aquatic animals like fish, then it directly affects our health. Like the great issue is the metabolic disruptors, like those are affecting our hormonal system, because those metabolic disruptor, that means the compound, pharmaceutical compounds, those are in the waste or directly affect, and then they disturb our hormonal system. And nowadays this is one of the great challenge to design and address the waste. So when we consider those compounds, when we identify those are very effective and understand the mode of action at the molecular level and according to the structure activity relationship. And then for these studies, we try to develop hundreds of related compounds and study the differences in the activity and the relationship where the molecule change, and understand what is the relationship where the activity varies. So when we design the new chemicals for the treatment of disease, we consider a very systematic study to understand the structure activity relationship of those active compounds, and then we screen out those active compounds and consider as a lead compound and such lead compound is not yet found for COVID-19. So we have the vaccine, various kind of vaccine, but lead compound for COVID-19 is still missing. So we are using the other antivirals to treat, but they may not be effective, but they may damage our health in addition to the COVID-19 symptom. So after the systematic screening of those compounds and rational design of those compounds, we select and then perform the evaluation of those like clinical trials. It take again for the in case of the antiviral drugs or any kind of infectious drugs, or it takes years to complete the clinical trials, and then the approval, and then the marketing, and then we can look for their use. So this is the very long process. So we should consider the application of green chemistry at the initial stage, so we can avoid various kind of problems in the future. So let's look at the significance of green chemistry in a biotechnology, because our team work in chemistry fields, environment and biotechnology fields. So I would like to mention what are the application of green chemistry to develop new biotechnology products. For example, we can look for the industrial biotechnology that is still under the development. The foundation of the industrial biotechnology has to be built on the green chemistry principles. We have to emphasize on the development of our economics on such products, because these products can be very sustainable. Such technologies can be very sustainable for long term, and it may be very effective for the very sustainable economic growth of our country. So we should focus on inventing new technologies. Those require fewer reagent, less solvents, less energy, and less hazardous material. So overall, we have to look for those things to develop biotechnology products. So simply looking for various different biotechnologies, recently like antibodies and all kind of other medicines now under development. So this also involves all these principles. Like, another different products that are helpful for the surgery theaters, that like for replacement of body parts, those products can be under the development, like artificial muscles. So all those can be looked for. Most important thing is that how these principles are important for like looking for green energy, renewable energy, because currently we are relying on the non-renewable resources like coal, petroleum, and nuclear energy. So these are not sustainable. These are not renewable. So one day they are not going to serve us. So we have to look safer, cleaner, renewable energy sources. So there are only two ways to meet the rising global demand of energy. We should conserve it and produce more of the renewable energy. So these two goals should be achieved: conservation and production. Molecular chemistry, where we can look at the essential role of this chemistry, where we can look how we can develop the new technology like better batteries, supercapacitors that can run like hybrid vehicles, like gasoline electric vehicles, where if we don't understand the molecular chemistry, it is not possible to design those products. So understanding the molecular chemistry is a very important and prerequisite to develop or design new applications, new materials. Those are important to collect energy from the sun and then convert into the electricity. So embedding technologies and environment for a brighter future and sustainable economy is possible. So here another is how we can look at the environment. Again, I would like to mention everybody has shared concern about the environment. I think we all know that what is the current situation of our ecology environment. We can look at our neighboring sites. We are utterly being responsible. Even we are not being responsible to manage our gutter system at the villages and at the small industries. They are directly disposed to them. And who is suffering? The common man who has nothing to do with the system of pollution. So, if we are working on the green chemistry and using as a great approach and scientifically proven system to bring the foundation and to create a new system where the environment protection will be a priority. It is all over the world, not only the village, not only the state, but all over the world, because global warming is not an issue of one country. It is a global issue. We have to look how we can look at these principles, because I think one man cannot do these things. Everybody has to be responsible, and everybody has to look which principle, which way I can contribute, which way we can collectively work, and then we can achieve as a quantum leap. Because governments, industries, those are working with green chemicals can transform our economy into a very sustainable enterprise. Otherwise, we will suffer a lot. And I think I should not mention what are the suffering and the problems of our pollution, environment pollution, like air pollution, water pollution, soil pollution, all kind of pollution. So this kind of system should look as a next social movement all across the world. Set aside all world differences, because many countries are fighting each other. We should not go into those things, because we should give the first priority to those things. And we should allow for the creation of a new environmentally commendable civilization in near future, because it should be not the easy task, but we should consider all those possibilities. So let's look at what can be elements those to achieve the sustainable development in our near future, because we are not yet successful to achieve those things. So the simple thing that we should couple our indigenous knowledge, as we discussed in the inauguration, our culture. We should look at our principles, ethics, like in practice, like good, ethical and clinical, and all across the platform. And at the large scale, we should accept the safer manufacturing practices, because finally we reach to that stage, because manufacturing practices as the like industrial revolution is the, I think, greatest threat to our mother nature. So we should practice the safer, greener manufacturing processes and practices. How we can do that? By identifying those technologies that can be give advantage with a simplicity. So how it can be again possible? We can design green footprints, low carbon footprints, using advanced technologies in manufacturing. So if we look at that, then I think that is missing in China, and China is, suffering a lot by the pollution, and even their neighboring countries are suffering a lot because they are just ignore those aspects. So how you can look at, we should utilize those processes, particularly in analytical technologies, in analytical chemistry, in the manner that we can guarantee the quality, because quality control should be at this no compromise, in addition to the robust manufacturing, because we should not compromise anything. So it may be possible, but we have to look the ways how we can look. So there are many future implications of the green chemistry. sustainable chemistry. Sustainable development involves making new smart chemicals, new safe chemicals. So another is that how nanotechnology can play the role in linking to get the global clean energy requirement, because solar energy is ample, but are we successful to harvest those energies? Not yet. There are many concerns, but technologically we are very successful to harvest more than 20% of solar energy. So chemists are very successful, but implementation can be not done by chemists, but it can be done by the government. So we have to look what examples we can look and play to look at the safer drugs, safer polymers, chemicals like colors, flavors, plastics, so many kind of products. We should look for those principles. Modern research in chemistry can lead our technologies, most of technologies. I think we cannot go all those technologies. We can benefit the environment totally. We can conserve our energies. We can produce energy. We can improve human life. We can expand our knowledge about the universe. So there are a lot of possibilities. So who are aspiring to become as a researcher or chemist or any kind of sustainable development related research aspiring in future. So this can be huge, ample scope. So I think look at those things and go for those in detail and consider, because it is very prerequisite and essential to our future generation as well as our future achievements. I would like to mention not the all but few achievements of our nanochemistry where that can lead our future sustainable chemistry with its focus to develop a new safer, because safer materials, safer technologies for energy storage, energy production, energy conversion. So those are very, I think, comprehensive topics, because we cannot go in the detail all those things, because energy conservation storage is not just like, because now we are very successful to go in the deep understanding and advancement. In addition to those things, we should look how we can advance agriculture productivity, because without compromise, how we can achieve the water purification, how we can achieve the desalination, how we can achieve the food processing, how we can get the green buildings, construction, health monitoring, like greener practices, good practices, pest control. I think it is not possible to mention, because pesticide has all hazardous toxic chemicals. So it has to be considered by green chemistry. Particularly all those things, I think rapid advancement and the development in the production of photovoltaic devices, solar cells, are currently accelerating our solar energy industries with a very rapid pace. In addition to this, nanochemistry, nanocatalysts are assisting hydrogen production coupled with carbon nanotube. Hydrogen storage systems are promoting hydrogen as one of the viable alternative clean energy source. These nanotechnologies are contributing in those fields. So let's look how it is possible to collectively look at simply see the sustainable chemistry via nanochemistry, in addition to the other achievements, can directly engage with environment safety by providing new products, because it can benefit humanity without harming environment. That should be considered. Let's look finally some conclusion of all those discussion, because I think it may be new for all of us, new terms, new ideas. It may be not difficult. For some people, it may be very easy who are working in those fields. Look, sustainable development is complex, multidimensional, but it is not impossible. If it is multidimensional, we can embrace all those disciplines. As we discussed, we can align together through all working together, all departments getting together, because we cannot do nothing. We cannot do anything alone. We can do many things, many great things together. So many sectors should come together, and then like economics, accounting, humanities, sociology, environment sciences, health sciences, food sciences, agriculture sciences, all together we can achieve. Those successful engagement can involve like developing partnership in these disciplines. Collective efforts may form united educational platform, and we can move to go towards environment sustainability as well as sustainable economic growth. Let's look at our education is powerful, but if it is integrated with chemistry and sustainable future, it can be very effective to make our future generation very responsible. Finally, I would like to say we can offer various new technologies, even though it is very challenging in terms of education, in terms of research, in terms of industrial opportunities, but we can achieve a very recognizable, sustainable implications in near future. So we should consider those things. And I think I have took a little extra time. Please forgive me. And I would like to say thank you for listening all those important topics, and not detailed, but as introductory to all of those, because considering those details is almost impossible. So if you are interested in some of the topics, you may go and please contribute to our sustainable development and our green economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ghodke sir.
Thank you
for your valuable information and guidance. Now the session is open for discussion.
Yes. Yes, question please. I will be happy. Yes, thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, Dr. Ghodke.
Yes, sir.
You have given excellent idea of green chemistry, and I
Yes,
think that it is well in tune with sustainable development. This is my comment about your lecture, but
Yes.
I just have one query.
Yes, sir.
That if this kind of approach, these green chemistry principles are used by pharmaceutical industries and for production as well as for marketing, then
Yes,
I
sir.
think this will be.
Yes, sir. You are right, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
तुम्ही महाराष्ट्रातले दिसताय सर. तुम्ही भेटूयात आपण केव्हा तरी.
Yes, sir. Yes,
चांगलं
I
काम
think
चाललंय
we have, yeah. Before, I think maybe I don't know the name of the country, but I think we have seen each other. Yes.
Okay, but
Yes,
are you there in Maharashtra right now, or
not in
you are in
Maharashtra.
Korea?
I just arrived. I am in quarantine. Maybe tomorrow my quarantine finish. I just
So
arrived to
which
South
city
Korea.
you
Yes.
are there? You are.
I just arrived to South Korea, and then I will start work from the 1st June. Yes.
Okay. No. In which city you are here in Maharashtra?
Yes, I am from Maharashtra. I am from Kolhapur. I have completed my master and PhD from Shivaji University Biochemistry department.
Very good. Well, let us meet sometime. Huh?
Sure, sir.
Definitely.
Sure. I will get your
Like-minded
contact
people.
and definitely, sir. I have to discuss a lot of ideas.
Yes.
I was I think got a lot of motivation and new ideas from your presentation as well, because your discussion was about like social and all those achievements, because we don't look at those things. But thank you for educating all of us. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Yes, we will definitely do some joint work.
Very interesting. Yeah, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir. I am very happy to listen your valuable
am I audible?
topic.
Yes,
audible?
if there is any question, please go, because I am okay for just
Sir,
5 minutes more. Yes,
myself, sir, myself, am I audible?
yes, sir. Yes.
Myself, Pritesh. Sir, I just wanted to know what is the role of biodegradable materials
Yes.
in achieving all these goals, because of this, all these fossil fuels are creating that much of problem, and how chemistry can help in developing all these
Okay,
goals
I
through
got it.
biodegradable
Yes, sir. Yes, because industrial evolution was very blind, and whatever we got, we have started using. It may be toxic, maybe not useful, it may be not safer. We just started using those things because commercial marketing, getting out of the money, like we have to just dump and throw, because we still not being responsible, because whatever the achievement, and if their approval is there, we just market and then people study. For example, plastic, polymers, many of those, like even pesticides, like in agriculture, those are not safe, definitely, but they have approval. We are using those things. For example, as you told that, can we make biodegradable pesticides, chemicals, polymers? We can make, but we should have those priorities. We should consider some of those principles when we are working on those processes, products, and technologies. And then I think we can find, if we work collectively throughout the world, throughout the globally, we can get a lot of new things. And many new things are now, but I think the significance of biodegradable products, I think we should not worry about those things. If we use, we produce, we discharge, it will be biodegradable and it will not harm and it will protect the environment. So biodegradable products are very important to in our daily life also. As Saptarushi sir told, what we are consuming, we should be very responsible for those things, and we should be very aware and know that are we using the safer chemical safer, because all those products, like from our bathroom and from our toothbrush, lot of chemicals are there. Are we using those safer products? Are we being responsible to protect our environment? So we should look, and then if there is the need, then the industry and researcher and manufacturer would look those things, definitely. And there should be strict guideline and stringent punishment to those who not follow. Even like there is label for like green label, but if there is some chemicals hazardous, they should be not forgive, because those, as sir told that those great people, those rich people, they don't get any problems with whatever they do. So the missing problem is that we should be responsible, then everything will change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes. Any more? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Now I request Dr. Dattatreya Wagmare to start the next session and introduce the resource person.
Thank you, Sharke sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce our third session resource person, who is going to talk us about nanomaterial for sustainable energy development. Let me introduce him. At the present, Dr. Dhawal sir is working as a scientist in the Qatar Environmental and Energy Research Institute, Hamad bin Khalifa University, Qatar from 2016. He has a lot of research experience. He has worked as postdoctoral researcher in Hanyang University, Seoul, South Korea, the University of Queensland, Brisbane, Australia, and King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, Saudi Arabia. He has research experience of more than 11 years, and his 59 research papers were published in the High Impact Factor journal. He has research expertise and recognized international standing in material science, including nanomaterials, conducting polymers, metal oxide, nanoporous carbon, solar cell, energy storage, and sensor technology. 4 patents are registered in his name. Of these, 1 Japanese patent and 3 Indian patents. Now I request Dr. Dhole sir to start the session.
Good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Dattatreya Wagmare, sir, for your nice introduction. So, and also
Welcome, sir.
giving me opportunity to talk about this, one-day multidisciplinary international e-conference on sustainable development in science, social science, and languages. So I'm from science, so I will talk about science, and also I'm very much thankful to this college, Dr. Ghali, college Gadhinglaj, for giving me this opportunity and I share my experience on energy production and sustainable energy production. And it's very good opportunity for me, and also good platform to meet all of you on this e-conference. Is one of the best platform to meet all of you. It's very difficult to meet during this pandemic, but this is possible because of you people, for your kind efforts to manage this conference and bring all the scientists, resources, people on this in one platform, and share our expertise and knowledge, and get benefit each other. I'm very much thankful to organizing committee, the principal producer of this Ghali College, Gadhinglaj, also convener Ashwin, Mr. Ashwin, also coordinator Dattatreya Wagmare sir, and coordinator Nilesh Serke sir. And also this is happening because of one of my friend and also colleague, Professor Santosh Mane sir. He introduced me about this seminar, international conference, and I formally accepted this invitation, and I'm here because of all of you. Thank you very much. So today this conference is all about sustainable energy and sustainable developments. So today I'm going to share my thought about nanomaterials for sustainable energy developments. So if I can. Just a minute, I'm sharing my screen.
Yes, sir. Continue, sir. Yes, you are audible, and also.
Can you see my screen? Are you able to see my
Yes,
screen?
Yes, yes. We see your screen, and also we also yes.
Okay.
Audible also.
Yeah, this
yes,
is
continue, sir.
Yeah, this is the topic of my today's presentation: nanomaterials for energy sustainable, for sustainable energy developments. So all I know Dr. Godke sir. He is my senior, and also we work together in Shivaji University Kolhapur during our PhD times. So he gave a lot of information, and he talked about more our policy and recycling and many things. So he covered all the aspects, and also he gave means overall idea about how they how we sustainably develop all the not only energy, not only he's not only talk about energy and environment, or he cover all the aspects of green chemistry, and also about policies, especially he's thinking about the policies, how to make the policies in order to make the sustainable our stuff. So I will take one part. I'm thinking about, I will talk about sustainable energy development. So before that, I would like to introduce my colleagues. These are my collaborators with whom I am working presently. I am collaborating with them. Everybody know Professor Cyril Lokhande. He is my PhD supervisor. Still, I am collaborating with him. He is now Dean and Professor at DY Patil University, Kolhapur, and he was the former head and at Department of Physics, University, Kolhapur. Also, I work with Professor Ajay. He is director at one of the institute in the University of Newcastle, Australia. Also the Professor Ahmadinai, he is a chairman of this IRC in Morocco, and Professor Kazuhiro Kanabe. Now he recently moved to Japan from Coast to Japan. So I'm collaborating all of these people. These are my collaborators. Through with with them, I'm currently working. So about this sustainable, we know sustainable means we need to produce the energy. We need to produce by different ways like electrical or chemical ways, and then we can store as well. So how we can store? You can produce the energy by solar cells or solar energy conversion, and some also wind energy conversion, and then we can store in either in forms of battery or supercapacitors, and then you can use this stored energy whenever it is needed, like portable devices, and also now that is recently everybody talking about the electric vehicles, so we can also use that stored energy, and then you can drive our vehicles. So this is about this energy production and then storage. So this is kind of sustainable. We are totally dependent on these fossil fuels, and one day it will going to be depleted or it will consume more, and we have to find alternatives like to produce the energy and then store. Not only it's just producing and if not able to store, no use. So we have to produce and then we have to store. So we have to find the technology which can store energy, produce energy, and then we can store, and then we can use whenever it's needed. Even nowadays everybody is this stored energy can be used in medical devices, medical equipments, and like peacemakers and like that. So it's possible. So we can use this stored energy for a long time. So how the sustainable energy system? There are different sustainable energy systems. So out of this, means what is sustainable energy? Is a form of energy that meets our today's demand of energy without putting them in danger or getting expired or depleted, and can be used over and over again. So that means it's sustainable. And sustainable energy should be widely encouraged and does not cause any harm. It should not give any side effect on the environment, and it's easy to produce, and it is cost effective as well. This kind of technology. So what kind of sustainable energy like solar energy, hydrogen production, energy storage such as batteries and other conversion devices. These are the sustainable energy production and storage systems. So energy production, especially from hydrogen production as well as hydrocarbon reforming, and then solar energy conversion. These are the energy production ways, and energy storage is like supercapacitor and batteries. These are the form of energy storage. We can store the energy in the electrical charges. So as you know, this generally we are depending on fossil fuels. You can see here, but now the trend is moving from fossil fuels to clean energy. Fossil fuels one day it will get completely consumed, and we need to find some alternative sources. Even the countries now currently I'm working in Qatar, so they have the huge source of this hydrocarbons, especially oil and gas. These are the rich rich countries, and they have the enough source, and they transport all over the world. They export their oil and gas all over the world. And even though these countries are now, especially these Middle East countries, they are thinking to about their future in order to produce clean energy and go away from this these fossil fuels, and produce the renewable energy in order to save their future life of their of their fossil fuels, and then consume whatever they need. So now this about this fossil fuels, see this oil, gas, and coal, how this is decreasing, and until 2030 this will people or the scientists all over the world thinking about to use this nuclear, solar, and wind and hydro energies, and then reduce this fossil fuels. So everybody should think about this, and then think and then plan accordingly to think about this renewable energy or sustainable energy in order to go away from these fossil fuels. So as you can see here from 1850 to 2250 2150, you can see this kind of energy dependent. You can see global energy system transition from this how this before 19th century all people depends on this wood and hay and then other kinds of energy, especially in solids. Now people moving from solids to liquids to again these gases kind of, and then gases, especially talking about hydrogen. Is hydrogen one of the source of energy? It can produce through solar, using the solar light, and then you can produce the solar light and then water, and we can produce hydrogen gas, and that is easy to store, easy to transport, and also we can use whenever it is needed. So you can see this global energy system transition, how this moving from this uh, uh, traditional sources to this renewable sources, from the especially the hydrogen and some other sources like supercapacitor batteries in order to store these energies. So among this hydrogen is one of the source of energy, so we can store in the form of chemical energy, and then other sources also solar fuels, hydrocarbons like so methanol, and other chemicals also we can produce in using this kind of so solar light. Suppose we have a lot of carbon dioxide, we can use carbon dioxide, we can capture, and then you can convert this carbon dioxide into valuable chemicals like methanol, ammonia. These are the valuable chemicals, and we have, and also we can reduce this CO2 emission in the atmosphere. So for that also we have to think how this CO2 we can utilize and then convert into valuable products in order to go away from this kind of huge risky systems. So I will go one by one. First, I will talk about this hydrogen production, how this hydrogen can be produced. Is kind of sustainable energy, which is totally come from water and a huge sun. We have a lot of sun is a naturally abundant available source of energy, and we can convert this. We can use this source of hydrogen energy, source of solar light, and then you can convert into usable hydrogen gas. And then for that what are the technologies, and I will give one example of this what are the technologies can be used. So you can see here this is hydrogen can be produced from natural gas reforming, especially hydrocarbon cracking and decomposition, especially diesel and kerosene, and other ways water splitting, as I mentioned, photocatalytic water splitting. This is photocatalyst, it's called a semiconductor. Everybody knows, I think, semiconductor material is kind of it's having suitable band gap which can capture the sunlight and convert this sunlight into valuable chemicals through this by redox reactions. So this is the semiconductor which can convert this sunlight into valuable chemicals. Another way is electrolyzer. Just you can this is the, as I got case mentioned about solar cells. So solar cell you can is photovoltaic. We can convert this solar energy into electrical energy, like photovoltaic. So we can use this photovoltaic for solar panels, and we can connect them, and then connect these two electrodes, and then you can split the water by applying potential, and we can have this hydrogen electrocatalytically. So it is natural gas reforming, photocatalytic water splitting, and then electrocatalytic water splitting of this system in order to produce this hydrogen. So now this is a recent one of the example in Australia. They have hydrogen gains ground on LNG as alternative fuel. It's kind of they are using in buses and in trains and other sophisticated applications as well. Source of energy. and you can see here in 2050 almost like more than 50% will be market share market will be achieved by this hydrogen technology. So how to produce this hydrogen or solar fuels? You can see here this source of energy, sun, and there are other ways. There are different ways. You can see here you can convert this solar energy to some concentrated solar power, and then you can produce this thermal energy to electricity, and then you can use the electrolyzer, and then you can produce this hydrogen, other solar fuels. Otherwise, as I mentioned, you can convert this solar energy into electrical energy by solar cells, and then connect to solar electrolyzer, and then you can produce this chemical energy. Another third option is like direct use of this solar energy to produce this chemical energy by using photoelectrochemical cell or photocatalytic cell. So this is all about this production of this chemical energy or hydrogen. And then how to produce this hydrogen or other solar fuels like hydrocarbons, methanol, ammonia. Very simple. Just we have water, and then we have sun, and we have semiconductor, and once we put all together, we will split this water into hydrogen, gas, oxygen. But there are many challenges. It's not very straightforward to split the water into oxygen, hydrogen by using the semiconductor material. But there are many challenges, especially you can see here recombination, electron hole recombination. Once you shine the light, electrons and holes generates, and then these holes and electrons get recombined as well before happening before any reactions. So, and also co-catalyst loading, you can see the semiconductor and small electrocatalyst also you need to decorate in order to fasten the electrochemical reaction. So these are the challenges, especially recombination. You have to suppress recombination, improve charge transfer of this, and also charge separation, and also efficiency of overall system. So you can see here as a basic of this photocatalytic water splitting. You can see there are many reactions happening in this time scale. You can see femtosecond, picosecond, nanosecond, microsecond, and millisecond, second. During this kind of time scale, many reactions happening in order to produce this hydrogen and oxygen. You can see here photon absorption, exciton separation, carrier transport, and catalytic efficiency and mass transport. These are the reactions happening during this time scale. So we have to understand what are the reactions and what are the time scale and how to overcome of these challenges. We should know, and we should go thoroughly, because we are producing this sustainable energy, like especially this solar fuels. So we should know in this kind of reactions happening during this time scale in order to get higher and higher efficiency, achieve higher and higher efficiency of hydrogen production. So you can see here photocatalyst is not only just semiconductor, it also has this co-catalyst. It's called electrocatalyst, and there are different co-catalysts. You can see here number of co-catalyst works at either acidic or basic condition, especially oxygen evaluation reaction catalyst and hydrogen evaluation reaction catalyst. You can see there are different nanomaterials they have been used for this kind of reaction. Oxygen evaluation reaction means water oxidation in order to oxygen production, and this is half reaction, and hydrogen evaluation reaction is half reaction. It will produce the hydrogen. You can see here there are different catalyst. Out of this, nickel iron catalyst is the best catalyst for oxygen evaluation reaction, and platinum is the best catalyst for this hydrogen evaluation reaction in acidic condition. You can see this overall potential is very low for this platinum in acidic condition, and nickel iron is the best candidate for this. You see, for this basic condition for oxygen evaluation reaction. So you see, and also this is kind of one of the part of this photocatalyst. The other part is semiconductor. There are different semiconductors reported, and there are many materials have been used for this kind of reaction. Among this, you can see this. You can see here these are the potentials of of that material. We have, it's like especially band gap of that material we have shown here, and that band gap should match, and also that in order to the reaction should happen, that for that band gap should match, in order to for oxygen evaluation reaction and hydrogen evaluation reaction. And the semiconductor should be, not toxic. It should not be toxic, and also band gap should be around 2.1 volt, and it's theoretical solar to hydrogen efficiency should be, very good. So here you can see the tantalum nitride is one of the best candidate for this kind of reaction. You can see here this band gap is 2.1 volt. This catalyst is not toxic. That means it's sustainable, and it can be, stable, and we can reuse and reuse many times. And also it should deliver high efficiency. So it is delivering almost 60% efficiency, of this solar to hydrogen efficiency. So for that, there are many challenges, especially finding suitable semiconductor material for visible light absorption, and then designing co-catalyst for redox reactions, and understanding how interfaces between co-catalyst and means like catalyst and semiconductor into light. And the loss, we have to minimize the losses and resistance degradation in order to improve the quantum efficiency. So this is the principle how this photocatalyst work. This is sunlight. It shine past the photons, and valence band, conduction band, electron hole pair generate, and this electrons go to surface in order to reach the water, and we have hydrogen, and holes will go to surface, and it will oxidize the water, and you will have oxygen. And this is kind of schematic of this solar water splitting for hydrogen production, and other photocatalytic CO2 reduction for production of chemicals. So as I mentioned you in introduction, that you have to utilize this CO2 as well. This is very important in order to reduce the pollution. So you can see this CO2 also we can capture, and then we can produce the chemicals by using this system. So I will give one example of this hydrogen production. You can see here, this is a different companies spin-outs already, they are working on this kind of electrolyzer in order to produce hydrogen. So these are the nanomaterials. My topic is nanomaterials. So see, these are the nanomaterials been synthesized in the lab, and these are different, scanning electron microscopes images of this nanomaterials, especially this nickel iron catalyst. We have loaded on this foam, is a three-dimensional structure of that foam, and we having very high surface area. We can utilize that high surface area in order to give the better performance. And you can see this is without loading, and this after loading of this catalyst, and these are the some STEM images in order to confirm this nitrogen, oxygen, and iron. So you can see here, this is the performance we tested for this oxygen elevation reaction and hydrogen elevation reaction of this nickel iron catalyst. You can see here we achieved like we need only 250 millivolt to achieve 10 milliampere current. That means this catalyst very active. Theoretically 1.23 volt is the theoretical potential in order to split the water, but we need practically it's not possible. We are always go beyond that. So in that case, we need only 250 millivolt extra potential to achieve this current, and this catalyst is highly stable. You can see we achieve 50 milliampere current, and there is no degradation, and stability is more than 25 hours. And also we tested for this hydrogen elevation reaction as well. You can see this, and I'll show you. I mentioned is 10 milliampere current. 10 milliampere current corresponds is greater than 10% of solar to hydrogen efficiency, and that corresponds to 150 micromole of micromole per centimeter square per hour of this gases. So you can see here this real example how this gases form, like especially hydrogen, oxygen. You see here this is one electron and this other electron. You can see here is hydrogen, oxygen. How this catalyst is releasing these gases. And the other part is just to collect these gases and calculate the efficiency in other parameters. This is one of the example of this sustainable energy production, especially hydrogen. So other also you can see there are different demonstrations. We can easily we can perform on this kind of experiments in the lab, and we can produce this hydrogen or other gases and other chemicals as well. Especially when we put the CO2 in this, we can other fuels as well. You can see here, just in our home, we just connected two lead suspensions and they put the water and then apply the potential, and you can see this we can see easily this oxygen or hydrogen gas is bubbling. So other step is you just connect the micro GC, and we can we can know the amount of gases evolved. So other step, this is about electrocatalyst. The other part is semiconductor, as I mentioned, is tantalum nitride. And it's not commercially available material. We need to synthesize from this kind of parent material is tantalum oxide, and we have been successful to achieve 50 gram of semiconductor by operating this kind of furnace, rotary furnaces, and very high temperature, almost 900 degrees Celsius. And we can easily convert this from white to, you see here the color has been changed from white to red. You can see here how this color change by passing this ammonia at high temperature like 900 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. And then we use this material for testing. We characterize for for this optical absorption, how this band gap has been decreased from this absorption has been increased from 300 to say 600 nanometer, in order to reduce the band gap. So other then what we did, we then loaded this nickel iron catalyst on this tantalum nitride, and then we have this is this process is highly scalable and also economically feasible, and energy consuming it's energy not consuming. So you can see here we just use hydrothermal process, and we have loaded this nickel iron catalyst on this kind of semiconductor, and then we tested for this water splitting performance. You can see here these are the some team images of this nickel iron loaded on this on tantalum nitride, and then we tested for this reaction. It's called photocatalytic water splitting. You can see here this how this gases has been evolved. These are the gases we have measured through micro GCs. Also some characterization like XRD and some yields also we have done. You can see here almost like 24% of quantum efficiency have been achieved at 480 nanometer wavelength of this wavelength. So this semiconductor is highly active. We can
Davle sir, open your mic, please. You are on mute.
Sir, you are mute, unmute, sir, you are.
Now it's okay?
Unmute, yes, sir. Now, yes, okay, continue, sir.
Can you see my screen? Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay. So this is one of the experiments we have practically demonstrating. Now researchers are trying to demonstrate that, giving the prototypes. You see, just working in the lab and publishing paper is not enough now. We have to give some practical demonstration, and also it should helpful for society. So you can see these are the our demonstrations we do in the lab, and we collect these gases. And this is the photocatalytic reactor system we used, and this is the demonstration. So other catalyst is also cobalt oxide. So I will not go deeply, but also this is one of the good catalyst which stable, under like alkaline condition for many hours. So other option is photoelectrochemical water splitting. Also, one of the technologies we have, we can use this technology for production of hydrogen. And you can see here, this is one of the we can split this, shine the light, and we can apply some potential, and we can produce the gases. We can connect these gases through GC, and we can calculate the amount of efficiency and the other parameters in order to know the performance of this catalyst. Other option is, other sustainable energies, as I mentioned, energy production is finished. It's now, energy conversion. So now we have to, use these materials. We need to, store this energy. Any kind of energy we need to store. Is just production and is not enough. We have to store as well. So for that, materials, nanomaterials we are using for this kind of technology is called supercapacitor. There are different materials we have been using. You can see this mesoporous materials which is having a high surface area, and you can store the charges very easily in large amount, and you can give the large capacitance or very high capacitance. You can see here the mesoporous carbon, mesoporous carbon nitride, and then carbon nitride as well. And we have using these materials, and we have achieved great performance of these materials. So just not enough we are not producing, but also need to store. So this is kind of one of the example of this energy storage. You can see different other materials as well, and these are the publications we publish in good journals as well. So other technologies, as I mentioned, is dry reforming hydrocarbon. As I mentioned, this Middle East, they have a huge source of this hydrocarbon, especially this oil and gas company, rich oil and gas rich countries. So these people, there as well, they are using these gases and converting into other hydrogen and like carbon, like CO. It's called syngas. Especially this carbon, CO and hydrogen production is called syngas. This is combination is called syngas. They are reforming this kind of hydrocarbons and convert into this syngas, and syngas can be used in order to produce some ammonia, methanol kind of chemicals. So you can see this is the it's very challenging because it contains hydrocarbons. It will definitely give the deposit carbon on your nanomaterials. So, and this reaction works at very high temperature. So that means we have to synthesize very fine particles in order to reduce this carbon deposition, and also stable at very high temperature for a long time. So for that, we were synthesizing very fine nanoparticles with different shape and size. Why different shape and size? Because it will use different kinks and edges, active sites, in order to reduce the carbon deposition, and it will not deactivate for a long time, and it will run for a long time with higher performance, and it will deliver the better efficiency as well. You can see here these nanomaterials are very fine, less than this nanometers less than 25 nanometer, but we also synthesize a very large scale of quantity having particle size less than 1 nanometer. You can see here almost 3 nanometer is 1 to 2 nanometer is less than 1 nanometer. These fine nanoparticles, and then we utilize these nanoparticles for this reforming reaction. You can see we are operating this kind of reactors in order to produce this syngas at very high temperature. This is called the PI reactor. It's control programmable reactor, and it will run for many hours. So you see, this is the performance of these materials, and these materials are highly stable, and you can see here this syngas ratio is very high for this kind of materials. So this is all about my presentation. This is all about my today's talk. We can produce the hydrogen by either electrocatalytically, photocatalytic, or other method is called reforming. And also we can we use these materials for store this energy, especially supercapacitors and batteries. Thank you very much for your kind attention. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
I am very much thankful to Dr. Dave sir. He has given very nice information about green nanomaterial for sustainable energy development. This information will be very valuable and useful for all participants. Once again, thank you very much, sir. Now session is open for discussion. If you have any doubt, please ask the question, sir. If you have any doubt, please ask question.
I think no questions. Thank you, Dr. Sir. You are giving a precious time. Anyway, that is an excellent speech, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sir. Now we start the next session. Our fourth session resource person is Nishi Hiro Luximan. She is lecturer in Marathi, Mahatma Gandhi Institute, Marathi Department, School of Indian Studies, Mauritius. She has teaching experience more than 20 years. She is multi-dimensional personality because she is good teacher, good academician, evening school educator, radio jockey, TV anchor, radio guest speaker, drama coordinator, TV and radio host. She has participated in various conferences and seminars and also published her research article in various journals. She has awarded two Special Jury Award, Best Actress Award and Best Director Award by National Drama Festival. After this short introduction, I request Nishi ma'am to address our participants.
Good afternoon, Nishi madam.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर.
थँक्यू.
आजच्या वेबिनारचे प्रमुख पाहुणे प्राचार्य डॉक्टर शिर्केजी, व्हाइस चान्सलर शिवाजी युनिव्हर्सिटी कोल्हापूर, डॉक्टर सप्तर्षीजी, डॉक्टर गोढकेजी, डॉक्टर ढवलेजी, प्रिन्सिपल डॉक्टर घाली कॉलेज, कन्व्हीनर, कोऑर्डिनेटर्स अँड ऑर्गनायझिंग टीम, डॉक्टर शेलकेजी, डॉक्टर अनिल सपकाळ सर, and professors of सावित्रीबाई फुले विद्यापीठ आणि पुणे येथील फर्ग्युसन कॉलेजचे माझे आदरणीय गुरुवर्य डॉक्टर श्री आबा सर, professors and assistant professors, dignitaries, all protocols observed, प्रतिष्ठित पाहुणे, उपस्थित सर्व मान्यवर आणि या चर्चासत्रामध्ये सहभाग झालेले व्याख्याते, आपणा सर्वांना माझा मानानुसार सादर सप्रेम नमस्कार. जय शिवराय. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of this e-conference today, and I extend a heartfelt gratitude to Principal Dr. Ghali College, convener, coordinators, and organizing team for having invited me to this one-day multidisciplinary international e-conference on sustainable development in science, social sciences, and languages, organized by Vidya Prasarak Mandaras, Dr. Ghali College. आजच्या चर्चासत्रात माझा विषय आहे मॉरिशस मधील मराठी भाषेचा विकास. हो, आलं. धन्यवाद माने सर. तुम्ही पुढे जाऊ शकता का जरा? तुम्हाला क्लिक करावं लागणार आहे माने सर, कारण ते स्क्रीनवरती फक्त फर्स्ट स्लाइड अपियर होत आहे. हो, धन्यवाद सर.
माने सर,
तुम्हाला क्लिक करावं लागणार आहे कारण टायमिंग वरती नाहीये. हो, ओके, धन्यवाद सर. तर आजच्या चर्चासत्रात माझा विषय आहे मॉरिशस मधील मराठी भाषेचा विकास. तर या विषयावर बोलण्या अगोदर कोरोना संसर्गाच्या जागतिक महामारीमध्ये ज्यांनी आपल्या नातेवाईकांना, जवळच्या प्रियजनांना गमावले, त्या सर्व कुटुंबांना त्याप्रती मी सहानुभूती व्यक्त करते. व्याख्यान सुरू करण्याआधी मी अगदी थोडक्यात मॉरिशस बद्दल सांगू इच्छिते. 1598 साली हॉलंड नाविकांनी प्रिन्स मॉरिस वान नासोच्या सन्मानार्थ आमच्या बेटाला मॉरिशस हे नाव दिले. 1803 ते 1815 साली नेपोलियन युद्ध दरम्यान इंग्रज लोक बेटावर नियंत्रण मिळवण्यात यशस्वी झाले. 1968 मध्ये मॉरिशसने स्वातंत्र्य मिळवले आणि 1992 मध्ये आमचा देश एक प्रजासत्ताक देश बनला. आमच्या देशात धार्मिक विविधता असून 65% लोकसंख्या भारत, युरोप, आफ्रिका या खंडातून आलेल्या लोकांचं वास्तव्य आहे. येथे हिंदू धर्म हा बहुसंख्य धर्म असून कॅथलिक आणि मुसलमान यांच्यात आम्ही सौहार्दाने राहतो. नैसर्गिक सौंदर्यासाठी आमचा मॉरिशस देश जग विख्यात आहे. प्रसिद्ध लेखक मार्क ट्वेन यांनी देवाने मॉरिशस प्रथम साकारले आणि नंतर मॉरिशसला प्रमाण ठेवून स्वर्गाची कल्पना केली. मॉरिशस was made first and then heaven and heaven was copied after Mauritius असे त्यांनी म्हटले आहे. आमच्या या देशात प्रथम 1820च्या सुमारास भारतीयांना म्हणजेच आमच्या पूर्वजांना करारबद्ध मजूर म्हणून येथे आणले गेले. त्यांपैकी जवळजवळ 50,000 मराठी माणसांचा समावेश होता. आमच्या पूर्वजांनी आपल्या बरोबर आपली मराठी भाषा आणि अमूल्य सांस्कृतिक ठेवा आणली होती. आमच्या देशात मराठी भाषेचा विकास आपल्या पूर्वजांपासून सुरू झाला असे म्हटले तर अतिशयोक्ती होणार नाही, कारण त्यांनी आपल्या बरोबर आपले धार्मिक ग्रंथ आणले होते. त्यांनी भजन, कीर्तन आणि बोली भाषेद्वारे मराठी भाषा टिकवून ठेवली. इंग्रजांच्या सत्तेखाली जोपर्यंत मॉरिशस देश होता तोपर्यंत बहुतेक पालकांनी आपल्या मुलांना बैठकांमध्ये हिंदी भाषा शिकायला पाठवले. तसेच काही मुले मराठी भाषेचे अध्ययनही करीत होते. पुढे स्वातंत्र्याची चळवळ सुरू झाली. आपला देश 1968 साली स्वतंत्र झाल्यानंतर सरकारने भारतीय भाषेचे अध्ययन आणि अध्यापन प्राथमिक शाळांमध्ये सुरू केले. माने सर, आता जरा तुम्ही पहिला व्हिडिओ लावता का प्लीज? माने सर, पहिला व्हिडिओ लावता का तुम्ही?
माने सर,
सर
माने सर,
माने सरांचा पर्यंत मेसेज गेलेला नाही वाटतं सर. टेक्स्ट मेसेज करता बाबा.
हो, आलेला आहे सर.
आलाय का? ठीक आहे, ठीक आहे. ओके.
पहिला व्हिडिओ जो होता ना, तुम्ही लावता का प्लीज?
यस यस.
येथे प्राथमिक सर्वांना माझा सस्नेह नमस्कार. मी गीतिका नारायण मॉरिशस येथे प्राथमिक शाळेत मराठी भाषा शिकवते. मराठी शिक्षिका म्हणून खूप समृद्ध असा अनुभव मला मिळाला आहे. प्राथमिक शाळेत असून आपण लहानपणापासून मुलांमध्ये मराठी भाषेची आवड निर्माण करतो आणि याला संक्षिप्त करण्यासाठी आमचा अभ्यासक्रम फक्त भाषेवरच लक्ष केंद्रित करीत नाही. आमची विपुल मराठी संस्कृती, पारंपरिक विधी, गुढीपाडवा व गणेश चतुर्थी सारखे उत्सव, तसेच छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज, बाल गंगाधर टिळक आणि बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर सारख्या थोर पुरुषांबद्दल माहिती आमच्या अभ्यासक्रमात समाविष्ट आहे. मॉरिशस देशात क्रियोल भाषा आमची मातृभाषा आहे आणि मराठी भाषा दुय्यम. मराठी आणि क्रियोल भाषा उच्चारणाच्या दृष्टिकोनाने वेगळे आहेत. मातृभाषेचा प्रभाव मुलांवर असतो, म्हणून मराठी शिकताना विद्यार्थ्यांना त्रास होतो. मराठीत असे भरपूर ध्वनी आहेत जे क्रियोल भाषेत नाहीत. उदाहरणासाठी छ, छ, ट, ठ, ड, ढ, ळ इत्यादी. मुलांना योग्य मार्गदर्शन देण्यासाठी वर्गात आम्ही विविध शैक्षणिक साधने, कविता आणि बालगीतांचा वापर करतो. या आधुनिक युगात आम्ही अत्यंत भाग्यशाली आहोत की प्राथमिक शाळेतील मुलांना शिक्षण मंत्रालयाकडून शाळेत वापरण्यास स्वतःचा टॅबलेट मिळाला. त्या टॅबलेटवर मराठी भाषेत आणि विद्यार्थ्यांच्या वयानुसार मनोरंजक गेम्स आहेत. मॉरिशस एक बहुभाषिक, बहुधर्मीय आणि बहुसांस्कृतिक बेट आहे. ज्या शाळेत मी मराठी भाषा शिकवते, फक्त मराठी समुदायातील मुले मराठी भाषा शिकत नाहीत. इतर समुदायातील लोकांना या सुंदर भाषेशी मोठा प्रेम असून ही भाषा शिकायला प्रेरित असतात. या सुंदर भाषेवर प्रचंड प्रेम असून शाळेत कोणताही कार्यक्रम असला की माझे विद्यार्थी मोठ्या उत्साहाने नववारी आणि कुर्ता घालून नृत्य सादर करतात किंवा गाणी. मॉरिशसमध्ये मराठी भाषा शिकवणे आणि शिकणे एक मात्र अनुभव आहे. मला ऐकल्यावर धन्यवाद व नमस्कार. सर्वांना
माने सर, आता परत पीपीटी दाखवावं लागणार आहे तुम्हाला, जमेल का?
यस मॅम, यस
प्लीज सर. धन्यवाद सर. तर मी चालू ठेवते, तोपर्यंत तुम्ही लावा. धन्यवाद सर. तर आमचा देश स्वतंत्र झाल्यानंतर सरकारने भारतीय भाषेचे अध्ययन आणि अध्यापन प्राथमिक शाळांमध्ये सुरू केले. शिकलेल्या मुलांच्या पहिल्या गटामध्ये कैलासवासीबाई दयावंती बाबाजी आणि कैलासवासी गुरुजी धर्मा गोविंदजी हे दोघे होते. त्याच दरम्यान महाराष्ट्राहून आलेले गुरुजी जोशी हिंदी शिकणाऱ्या विद्यार्थ्यांना प्रशिक्षण देण्यासाठी मॉरिशसला आले होते. मराठी विद्यार्थ्यांना शिकवायला कोणीच नाही हे कळल्यावर त्यांनी वेळात वेळ काढून मराठी विद्यार्थ्यांनाही प्रमाण मराठी भाषा त्यांनी शिकवली आणि इथे उल्लेखनीय करण्यासारखी अतिशय महत्वपूर्ण अशी ही बाब आहे. मॉरिशसची अधिकृत भाषा इंग्रजी असली तरी या बेटावर आम्ही बहुतेक माणसे फ्रेंच आणि क्रिओल मध्ये बोलतो. तर मग अशी प्रॉब्लेम झाल्यावरती मग बहुतेक तुम्हाला ऐकू आलंच असेल की मी माझ्या नवऱ्याबरोबर मी क्रिओल भाषेमध्ये बोलत होते. तर क्रिओलची भाषा जी आहे ती फ्रेंच आणि आफ्रिकन भाषांचं मिश्रण आहे. आमची मातृभाषा आहे. मॉरिशसमध्ये युनेस्कोने अधिकृत केलेली 2 सांस्कृतिक वारसा स्थळ आहेत. आप्रवासी घाट जो कामगारांनी बनवलेल्या पहिल्या इमारतीचा अवशेष दर्शवितो आणि लेमोन भाबा डोंगर जे शांततेचं प्रतीक आणि गुलामांच्या संघर्षाचं स्मरण तसेच स्वातंत्र्याचं महत्व म्हणून उभे आहे. आजतागायत आम्ही या भाषेची आणि संस्कृतीची जोपासना केली आणि आज या चर्चासत्रात माय मराठी भाषेच्या विकासाविषयी बोलण्याची सुसंधी मिळत आहे. याचा मला अतिशय आनंद होत आहे. या संवादासाठी आम्हा सर्वांना एका व्यासपीठावर आणल्याबद्दल मी आयोजकांचं मनापासून आभार मानते. तसेच माने सरांचंही अत्यंत मी ऋणी आहे. माऊली संत ज्ञानेश्वर महाराज म्हणतात, जैसी दीपान माझी दिवटी का तिथी माझी पौर्णिमा गोमटी तैसी भाषांमध्ये मराठी सर्वोत्तम. 21वे शतक सुरू होत असताना संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघाच्या माध्यमातून सस्टेनेबल डेव्हलपमेंट गोल्स संबंधी जो विशेष प्रयत्न सुरू झाला, मॉरिशस मधील मराठी भाषेचा विकास, सस्टेनेबल डेव्हलपमेंट गोल्सचे कोणते निकष मराठी भाषेला लागू पडतात याचं आज मी थोडक्यात विवेचन करणार आहे. मायबावली संत ज्ञानेश्वर महाराज आपल्या अभंगात असेही म्हणतात, हे विश्वची माझे घर. म्हणजे आपली वैश्विक जबाबदारी कोणती झाली मग? सस्टेनेबल डेव्हलपमेंट गोल्स मध्ये जगातील सर्व लोकांचं जीवनमान सुधारावे, सगळ्या मानव जातीला किमान सोयी मिळाव्यात, आरोग्याचा प्रश्न कमी व्हावे अशा उद्देशांनी सगळ्या देशांनी मिळून शाश्वत विकास उद्दिष्टे ठरवण्यात आली. संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघटनेच्या 193 सदस्य देशांनी सस्टेनेबल डेव्हलपमेंट गोल्स म्हणजे शाश्वत विकास ध्येये एकमताने स्वीकारलेल्या आंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तरावरचा एक महत्वाकांक्षी जाहीरनामा आहे. संयुक्त राष्ट्रांची ही शाश्वत विकासाची भूमिका आता केवळ दक्षिणेकडच्या देशांकडेच लक्ष केंद्रित केलेले नसून गरीब आणि श्रीमंत अशा जगातल्या सगळ्या देशांना लागू आहे. यामुळे आता प्रत्येक देश या प्रश्नांकडे नव्याने बघू लागला, नवनवीन उपाय करू लागला. आज मॉरिशस एक स्मॉल स्केल डेव्हलपिंग स्टेट म्हणून उदयाला आलेला आहे. संयुक्त राष्ट्रांनी स्वीकारलेल्या शाश्वत विकास ध्येयांच्या परिणामकारकरित्या राबविणे हे मॉरिशसचे विशेष कर्तव्यच आहे. मॉरिशसमध्ये शाश्वत विकासाच्या दिशेने किती प्रगती होत आहे त्यासाठी व्हॉलंटरी नॅशनल रिव्ह्यूचा अहवाल पाहावा लागतो आपल्याला. मॉरिशसच्या 2019 व्हॉलंटरी नॅशनल रिव्ह्यूच्या अहवालात काही सकारात्मक मुद्दे आढळतात. तसेच भविष्यातील आपल्या वाटचालीला दिशा देण्यासाठी उद्भवणाऱ्या आव्हानांचा देखील मोठा उपयोग होतो. नैसर्गिक संसाधनांविना स्मॉल आयलँड डेव्हलपिंग स्टेट अंतराचा फरक असून नैसर्गिक आपत्ती आणि हवामान बदलाचे परिणाम आणि बाह्य धक्के तसेच जागतिक ट्रेंड अशा अत्यंत असुरक्षित वातावरणाच्या आव्हानांना आम्ही सामोरे जातो. माने सर, आता जरा दुसरा व्हिडिओ तुम्ही लावता का प्लीज?
Yes.
प्लीज सर.
सर्वांना सादर सप्रेम नमस्कार. साल 2006 पासून आजच्या गायत मी मराठी साहित्य परिषदेशी संलग्न असलेल्या मुलांना मराठी शाळेत शिकवणी देत आहे. दर शनिवारी 12:30 ते 3:30 वाजेपर्यंत मी व माझी मैत्रीण टीना भिकाजी आम्ही बरोबर या शाळेतील मुलांना सांभाळीत आहोत. तिच्या सहयोगाने दर शनिवारी न चुकता आम्ही त्या मुलांना मराठी भाषेच्या अध्ययनासाठी मदत करीत आहोत. शाळेत येण्यास मला जवळजवळ अर्धा तास लागतो. प्रवास कंटाळवाणा आहे, परंतु शाळेत पोहोचताच सर्व थकवा व तणाव पळून जातात. या मुलांच्या संगतीत राहून मला अतिशय आनंद वाटतो. आम्ही त्या मुलांना फक्त पुस्तकी ज्ञान देत नाही, आम्ही त्यांना पुस्तकी ज्ञानाच्या पलीकडे नेतो. संत ज्ञानेश्वर, संत एकनाथ, संत तुकाराम या सर्व थोर संतांविषयी माहिती देतो. छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांच्या कामगिरीबद्दल, नामांकित लेखकांबद्दल व लोकप्रिय कवींबद्दल भरपूर माहिती पुरवतो. तसेच संत रामदासाच्या मनाचे श्लोक मुलांना शिकण्याची सुवर्ण संधी मिळते. शैक्षणिक शिक्षणाबरोबर त्यांना चांगली शिस्त व मूल्यांवर आधारित शिक्षणही प्राप्त होते. वर्गात आनंदमय व मनोरंजक वातावरण ठेवण्यासाठी आम्ही खूप जोर देतो. अशा प्रकारे मुलांच्या मनात मराठी भाषेची गोडी निर्माण करू शकतो. मराठी साहित्य परिषद व मराठी भाषक संघ या दोन संस्थांनी आयोजलेल्या जवळजवळ सर्व स्पर्धांत मुलांनी भाग घेतले आहे. राष्ट्रीय पातळीवर मुलांनी नाटक स्पर्धांत भाग घेऊन बक्षिसे व पुरस्कार मिळाले आहेत. या सर्व स्पर्धांमुळे त्यांची आत्मविश्वास तसेच त्यांची बौद्धिक क्षमता वाढलेली असेल यात शंका नाही. यंदा कोरोना संसर्गामुळे सारे विश्व त्रासित झाले आहे. ही बिघडलेली परिस्थिती सुधारण्यासाठी सरकार सातत्याने प्रयत्न करीत आहे. या दरम्यान इंटरनेटच्या माध्यमातून विद्यार्थी आणि शिक्षक घरीच राहून आम्ही एकमेकांशी संवाद साधत आहोत. या भयंकर संसर्गापासून आम्ही केव्हा मुक्त होणार आहोत हे कुणालाही माहीत नाही. पण एक गोष्ट मात्र खरी आहे, ऑनलाईन टीचिंग या माध्यमाद्वारे शिक्षक व विद्यार्थी दोघांना नवीन नवीन गोष्टी शिकायला मिळाल्या आहेत. माझ्या ह्या मुलांसाठी एकच प्रार्थना, मुलांनो, ही भाषा आमची शान आहे. आमच्या पूर्वजांची ही एक श्रेष्ठ भाषा आहे. त्यांचे अध्ययन करण्यास मुळीच लाज वाटू नये. शिकण्यासाठी आवड विकसित करा. असे केल्याने तुम्ही प्रगतीपथावर नक्कीच पाऊल टाकणार आहात. अशा प्रकारे आमच्या परीने आमच्या भाषेचा सन्मान राखण्यास आम्ही अतोनात प्रयत्न करत आहोत. या वेबिनारमध्ये भाग घेण्याची संधी दिल्याबद्दल डॉक्टर घाली कॉलेज गडिंग्लज यांचे मी आभार मानते. माझे सर्व गुरुवर्य यांच्या कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करते. मराठी भाषेच्या विकास व प्रचार प्रसारासाठी त्यांचे योगदान फार मोलाचे आहे. मुल्टाइडलॉज मराठी शाळेचे अध्यक्ष श्री तात्या कृष्ण व आपल्या सर्व कार्यकारी सदस्यांना विनम्र अभिवादन. मराठी साहित्य परिषद, मराठी स्पीकिंग युनियन तसेच मॉरिशस मराठी मंडळी फेडरेशन यांना कोटी कोटी धन्यवाद समर्पित करते. या संस्थांच्या कष्टाशिवाय आपल्याला आपली मराठी भाषा जोपासण्यास असंभव आहे. शेवटी ज्यांनी मला या कार्यात सहभागी केले यांना मी कसे विसरू शकते. मी सौ निशी इहो लक्ष्मण यांनाही मी फार फार ऋणी आहे. आशा करते तुम्हाला माझे हे सादरीकरण आवडले असेल. काळजी घ्या, सुरक्षित राहा. धन्यवाद व नमस्कार.
तुम्हा सर्वांचं अतिशय मनापासून मी आभार मानते. तुम्ही प्रोत्साहित करा असंच आम्हाला. तर मॉरिशन सरकारने देशासाठीच कल्याण प्रणालीमध्ये मॉरिशन वेलफेअर सिस्टम शिक्षणाशी निगडीत पुढील लक्ष्यांक ठरवले आहे. शैक्षणिक सुधारणा, सर्वांसाठी विनामूल्य शिक्षण म्हणजे फ्री एज्युकेशन टू ऑल, सार्वजनिक संस्थांमध्ये विनामूल्य प्राथमिक, माध्यमिक आणि विद्यापीठ स्तरावर मोफत शिक्षण, असुरक्षित कौटुंबिक पार्श्वभूमीवर आढळणाऱ्या विद्यार्थ्यांना आर्थिक मदत म्हणजे असिस्टन्स टू स्टुडंट्स फ्रॉम व्हल्नरेबल बॅकग्राऊंड्स, एक सर्वसमावेशक शिक्षण व्यवस्थेला प्रोत्साहन देणे, सर्व कुवतीच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना समाविष्ट करून हे साध्य करता येईल. पॉलिटेक्निकला प्रोत्साहित करणे, विशेष शैक्षणिक गरजा भागवणे, सुदृढ शिक्षण वातावरण निर्माण करणे, विशेष लक्ष आणि केंद्रित मदतीसाठी विस्तारित समर्थन कार्यक्रमाची अंमलबजावणी करणे म्हणजे एक्सटेंडेड प्रोग्राम फॉर स्पेशलाइज्ड अँड फोकस्ड सपोर्ट, डिजिटल जगाची निर्मिती करणे, दरी भरून काढण्यासाठी प्रयत्न करणे, गुड प्रॅक्टिसेस ऑन SDG इम्प्लिमेंटेशन, इन्स्पायरिंग एक्झाम्पल्स टू ड्राईव्ह चेंज, कुशल जगाची निर्मिती करणे, जगातल्या लक्षावधी युवकांना भविष्यात उपयोगी ठरतील अशी कौशल्य शिकवून कुशल मनुष्यबळ तयार करणे. माने सर, आता जरा तिसरा व्हिडिओ तुम्ही लावता का प्लीज?
यस.
सर्वांना माझा सादर नमस्कार. मी निर्वती गोविंद, माध्यमिक शाळेत मराठी भाषेची अध्यापिका. आज तुम्हाला मॉरिशस देशात मराठी भाषेत झालेल्या विकासाबद्दल थोडक्यात माहिती देणार आहे. मला ही संधी दिल्याबद्दल मी सौ निशी लक्ष्मण यांचे आभारी आहे. आमचे पूर्वज जिथे आले तेव्हा आपल्या धार्मिक ग्रंथांबरोबर त्यांच्या पाशी आपल्या मराठी धर्म, संस्कृती, भाषेवरील त्यांचे प्रेम व त्यांचा अभिमान या मौल्यवान गोष्टी पण होत्या. यामुळेच आजपर्यंत देशात मराठी भाषेचा विकास थांबलेला नाही. आजकाल मराठी माणसांची वस्ती असणाऱ्या सर्व ठिकाणी प्राथमिक शाळांत मराठी भाषा शिकवली जाते. पूर्वी फक्त महात्मा गांधी संस्थेला मराठी भाषा शिकवली जात होती, पण 1995 सालापासून सरकारी माध्यमिक शाळांतही मराठी भाषा शिकवण्यात येऊ लागली. त्यासाठी देशात अनेक शिक्षकांना डिप्लोमा आणि डिग्री कोर्सेस देण्यात येऊ लागले आणि आजपर्यंत हे चालू आहेत. 1993 साली सरकारद्वारे मास्टर प्लॅन ऑफ एज्युकेशन अंमलात आणण्यात आली, तेव्हा ग्रेड 1 ते ग्रेड 9 साठी पाठ्यपुस्तके तयार करण्यात आली. हल्ली देशात नाट्य स्कूलिंगची योजना अंमलात आणली गेली, त्यामुळे पाठ्यपुस्तकांची पुनर्निर्मिती करण्यात आली. पुस्तकांप्रमाणे मराठी भाषेच्या शिक्षणात प्राथमिक ते महाविद्यालयीन स्तरापर्यंत तंत्रज्ञानाचा भरपूर उपयोग केला जातो. आमच्या पूर्वजांच्या मनातील मराठी धर्म व संस्कृती टिकवण्याच्या आस्थेमुळेच आज आमच्या लहानशा बेटात मराठी भाषेचा असा विकास झाला आहे असे म्हणणे चुकीच नाही. त्यांच्या या प्रेमाची भरभराट आज या नव्या पिढीच्या युवकांमध्ये उफाळून दिसून येत आहे. मराठी भाषेवरील त्यांचे प्रेम व त्यांचा अभिमान आज सर्व धार्मिक, सांस्कृतिक आणि पारंपरिक कार्यांतील झाकरी नृत्यात, भजन कीर्तनात व आरत्यांमधून ओतप्रोत दिसून येत आहेत. त्याचप्रमाणे राष्ट्रीय पातळीवर नाटक स्पर्धेत त्यांचा सहभाग पाहण्यासारखा असतो. मॉरिशसमधील मराठी भाषेच्या विकासाचे प्रमाण हवे असले तर या तरुणांच्या प्रसारणाचे दर्शनच पुरेसे ठरते. आज मला आशा आहे की आमच्या देशात मराठी भाषेच्या विकासावरील दिलेली माहिती तुम्हाला आवडली असेल. सर्वांना धन्यवाद आणि माझ्या
धन्यवाद माने सर. तर या चर्चासत्रात अनुक्रमे SDG चांगल्या पद्धतीबद्दल थोडक्यात विवेचन केले आणि सध्याच्या COVID-19 साथीमुळे आम्ही कोणत्या पद्धतीने अधिक समावेशक आणि कमी अभिजात वर्ग होण्यासाठी शिक्षण प्रणालीमध्ये वरील बदल आणले आहेत. तरुणांची बेरोजगारी कमी करण्याच्या उद्देशाने व नोकरीच्या नवीन आवश्यकतांनुसार सर्व मिळून दर्जेदार शिक्षणावर लक्ष केंद्रित केले आहे. शाश्वत विकासाचं ध्येय गाठण्याच्या प्रयत्नात आम्ही आपल्या देशाच्या विकासाची रूपरेखा आखताना त्यासाठी गरजेची साधने, तंत्रज्ञान वापरताना त्याच्या भविष्यात होणाऱ्या परिणामांचा विचार करणे आणि ते विचारात घेऊन आपले कार्यक्रम धोरणे ठरविणे गरजेचे आहे. हे सुद्धा लक्षात घेतले. उद्दिष्टे गाठण्याच्या दृष्टीने आपण आता एकत्रित कृती करण्याची गरज आहे. शाश्वत विकास उद्दिष्टे पूर्ण करण्यासाठी प्रत्येक देशाच्या शासनाच्या बरोबरीने विकासातील अन्य भागीदारांनी सुद्धा काम करावे यासाठी विशेष प्रयत्न करण्यात येत आहेत. मॉरिशसमध्ये मराठी भाषेचे आणि संस्कृतीचे संवर्धन करण्यासाठी शिक्षण मंत्रालयावर व्यतिरिक्त पुढील संस्थाही कार्यरत आहेत. मॉरिशस मराठी मंडळी फेडरेशन, मॉरिशस मराठी सांस्कृतिक केंद्र, मराठी भाषक संघ, मॉरिशस ब्रॉडकास्टिंग कॉर्पोरेशन, शिक्षण मंत्रालयाशी संलग्न असलेल्या महात्मा गांधी संस्था, मराठी साहित्य परिषद आणि मराठा मंदिर या संस्था वर्षभर धार्मिक, सांस्कृतिक एवं शैक्षणिक कार्यक्रम आयोजित करून मराठी भाषेचे संवर्धन करण्यास हातभार लावत आहेत. आता आपण शेवटचा एक व्हिडिओ पाहूया. माने सर जरा
शिवाजी युनिव्हर्सिटीशी संलग्नित विद्या प्रसारक मंडळ Dr. Ghali College, Department of Chemistry, Department of Economics and Department of Marathi यांनी आयोजित केलेल्या 1 डे इंटरनॅशनल मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी कॉन्फरन्सच्या निमित्ताने मी मॉरिशस मराठी मंडळी फेडरेशन, मराठी कल्चरल सेंटर ट्रस्ट, त्याचबरोबर मराठी स्पीकिंग युनियनच्या वतीने मी सर्वांना अभिवादन करतो आहे. आजचा जो विषय या संस्थेने अर्थात निवडलेला आहे तो विषय खरोखर खूप महत्त्वाचा आहे. अर्थात सस्टेनेबल डेव्हलपमेंट इन सायन्स, सोशल सायन्सेस अँड लँग्वेजेस. आणि या विषयाच्या अनुषंगाने बोलण्यासाठी व्यासपीठावर बरेच महानुभाव उपस्थित झालेले आहेत, तेव्हा मी त्यांचे अभिनंदन करतो आहे. मॉरिशसमध्ये मराठी भाषेचे शिक्षण विद्यापीठीय स्तरावर कसं होत आहे या विषयावर मी थोडक्यात माहिती देणार आहे. खऱ्या अर्थाने आपण बघितलं तर मराठी भाषा शिक्षणाची सुरुवात 1965 साली झालेली आहे. त्याच्या अगोदर अर्थात 1834 पासून 1965 पर्यंत मराठी भाषा बोली स्वरूपात, मौखिक स्वरूपात शिकवली जात होती. 1965 नंतर मराठी भाषा पुढे सरसावत गेली आणि माध्यमिक स्तरावर पोहोचली केव्हा तर 1996 साली. परंतु त्याच्या अगोदर 1977ला श्री संजय गोविंद आपले पहिले पदवीधर होते आणि त्यांना मराठी भाषा महात्मा गांधी संस्थेत शिकवण्याची संधी मिळाली, अर्थात माध्यमिक शाळेत. त्यानंतर मराठी भाषा पुढे आणण्यासाठी किंवा इतर भारतीय भाषा पुढे आणण्यासाठी त्यावेळचे निर्देशक श्री उत्तम बिसुंदयाल यांनी खूप चांगली योजना केली आणि त्यांनी एकूण 52 शिक्षकांची किंवा प्राध्यापकांची त्यांनी नियुक्ती केली. त्याचबरोबर भारतीय भाषा पुढे आणण्यासाठी, लोकांमध्ये भारतीय भाषांची आवड निर्माण करण्यासाठी लोकांना महाराष्ट्रामध्ये, भारतामध्ये जाऊन पदवीधर होण्यासाठी त्यांनी प्रोत्साहित केले. जेव्हा शिक्षक पुरेपूर झाले तेव्हा मराठी विषय जो आहे त्याला पुढे आणण्यासाठी, या विषयाला पुढे आणण्यासाठी डिप्लोमा कोर्सची सुरुवात झाली 1996 साली. त्यानंतर त्याच्या अगोदर TDP टीचर्स डिप्लोमा कोर्स होता आणि त्यानंतर BA मराठी आणि PGC अशा प्रकारचा कोर्स MGIने सुरू केला. तेव्हा या निमित्ताने मराठी भाषा बरोबर आम्ही मराठी साहित्य संबंधी माहिती देत होतो आणि जितकं आपले भारतीय लेखक साहित्यकार आहेत, विजय तेंडुलकर म्हणा, पु ल देशपांडे म्हणा, शिरवाडकर म्हणा, विभावरी शिरूरकर म्हणा, त्याचबरोबर आपले जितके संत वगैरे होऊन गेलेले आहेत, संत ज्ञानदेव तुकाराम आणि संत रामदास, या सर्वांच्या अभंगांचाही अभ्यास व्हायला लागला. 2002 साली आपलं जो पहिला बाज ज्याला आपण म्हणत असतो BAचे ते आपले पुढे आले आणि मग त्यानंतर जो आहे मराठी भाषा सुनियोजितपणे, व्यवस्थितपणे माध्यमिक शाळेत आणि विद्यापीठीय स्तरापर्यंत चालू झालेले आहे. मी अधिक न बोलता इतकेच मी आपले बोलणे थांबवित आहे आणि
ओके, धन्यवाद मान्य सर. तर शिक्षण मंत्रालयाशी संलग्न असलेल्या महात्मा गांधी संस्था सांस्कृतिक एवं शैक्षणिक कार्यक्रम आयोजित करून मराठी भाषेचे संवर्धन करण्यास कसे हातभार लावत आहेत हे आबा सरांनी अगदी स्खलितपणे बोलून दाखवलेले आहे. तर या सर्वांना माझा मनापासून धन्यवाद आहे. तर मागच्या वर्षीप्रमाणे यंदाही राष्ट्रीय पातळीवर साजरे होणारे सण म्हणजे गुढीपाडवा आणि 1 मेला आपण छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज एवं महाराष्ट्र दिनानिमित्त आखलेला सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम सोशल डिस्टन्सिंग राखून सुरक्षित वातावरणात आणि साधेपणाने आपण साजरा केला. कार्यक्रम MBC TV, फेसबुक व YouTube ऑनलाईन प्रक्षेपण उपलब्ध करून देण्याची व्यवस्था महामंडळ, सांस्कृतिक केंद्र आणि भाषक संघाने केली. यामुळे मराठी भाषेच्या संवर्धनात अमूल्य अशी शाश्वत बदल करण्यात आले आहेत. MBC TV, फेसबुक व YouTube ऑनलाईन कार्यक्रम आयोजित केल्यामुळे मराठी भाषेच्या वर्तमानासह भविष्याचीही जोपासना आपण केली असा माझा विश्वास आहे. याद्वारे आपल्याला आपल्याच मराठीचा नव्याने परिचय करून देण्यात आला होता. आत्मविश्वास व अभिमानाची भावना पुरेपूर देण्यात आली होती. आपल्या देशातील मुलांना, विद्यार्थ्यांना आणि एकंदर सर्व नागरिकांना ऑनलाईन साठी लागणारे विज्ञान तंत्रज्ञान मिळावे यासाठी काय सुरू आहे. तर या उद्दिष्टांच्या पूर्ततेमध्ये आमचा देश आणि त्याचबरोबर जग कुठे पोहोचलेले आहे, कोविड महामारीचा या प्रयत्नांवर काय परिणाम होईल. आपले भविष्य हे जगाचे भविष्य आहे आणि ते आपल्याच हातात आहे. आपण हे जर ओळखले आणि आपण सगळे आपापल्या परीने आपापल्या देशात ही उद्दिष्टे साकारण्यास जर सरकारची मदत केली तर शाश्वत विकास उद्दिष्टे पूर्ण करण्यासाठी आम्ही यशस्वी होणार आहोत, यात तिळमात्र संशय नाही. As a concluding note, I'd like to thank all resource persons who have shared their experiences about how to integrate the sustainable goals in all the dimensions of our life and how to make assessment of the criteria. I'm very thankful to one and all for the sharing which has taken place in this e-conference today. शाश्वत विकास उद्दिष्टे पूर्ण करण्यासाठी प्रत्येक देशाने, खास करून जे देश अधिक साधन संपन्न आहेत, त्यांनी त्या दिशेने निर्णायक पावले उचलली पाहिजेत असं माझं व्हेरी हंबल मत आहे. अशा प्रकारे जागतिक पातळीवर सगळ्यांनी सहकार्याची भूमिका स्वीकारली तर हा शाश्वत विकास ध्येयांचा जाहीरनामा एक स्वप्न न राहता सत्यात उतरू शकेल. जागतिक समुदायाच्या कल्याणासाठी भरीव योगदान देऊ शकतो असा माझा विश्वास आहे. मराठीच्या वर्तमानाचा व भविष्याचा विचार करायचा असेल तर तिच्या भूतकाळातही डोकवायला हवे. मराठीचा भूतकाळ उज्ज्वल सोनेरी होता आणि भविष्य काळवंडत चाललं आहे अशी म्हणण्याची पाळी आमच्यावर येऊ नये कधीही. मराठीला सर्वाधिक वैभवाच्या शिखरावर न्यायचं असेल तर तिचं गतवैभव आठवून आत्मविश्वास मिळवणेही आवश्यक आहे. संस्कृतच्या प्रभावाखाली मराठीला अडगळीत टाकण्याचा प्रकार संत ज्ञानेश्वरांनी अक्षरशः ओळखवून टाकून मराठीला शिखरावर त्यांनी नेले. अमृताशी ही पैज जिंकणारी अशी अक्षरे माझ्या मराठीची आहेत असा सार्थ अभिमान व आत्मविश्वास आपण सर्वांना बाळगायला हवा. मॉरिशस मध्ये आपण विविधतेत एकता असलेल्या भावनेने लामे डॉलामे हँड इन हँड विविधतेने राष्ट्र बांधणीचा आपला अनोखा बहुसांस्कृतिक आणि बहुपारंपरिक प्रवास करण्यासाठी आम्ही जागतिक भागीदारी शोधत आहोत. भारत इतर देशांच्या प्रयत्नात सोबतच आमच्या देशालाही कृतिशील प्रतिसाद आणि सहकार्य करण्यास कायमच तत्पर राहिलेला आहे. या चर्चा सत्रात आम्हाला आमंत्रण करून आमचे मराठी भाषेचा विकास आपण इथे कसे करीत आहोत आम्हा सर्वांचं दृष्टिकोन ऐकून आदरातिथ्य केल्याबद्दलही मी मॉरिशसच्या या सर्व व्याख्यानांच्या वतीने परत एकदा आपणा सर्वांना मनस्वी कोटी कोटी धन्यवाद समर्पित करते. पुढेही महाराष्ट्राचे आणि भारताचे असं पूर्ण सहकार्य प्राप्त मिळवण्याची आशा आपण बाळगतो. धन्यवाद. नमस्कार.
नमस्कार मॅडम, धन्यवाद आम्हाला वेळ दिल्याबद्दल. अगदी मनापासून आम्हाला आमचं थँक्यू.
I am very much thankful to Nishi ma'am. Ma'am has given very good information about to development of Marathi language in Mauritius. This information will be very valuable and useful for not only language teacher but also science and social science teachers. Once again, thank you very much, ma'am. Now, session is open for discussion. If you have any doubt, please ask to ma'am.
मला वाटतं कोणालाही शंका नाहीये.
No question, sir. Next.
Now I'm going, thank you, ma'am. Now I'm going to hand over the charge to Ashwin Godgate, sir. Ashwin, sir.
Thank you, Wagmare, sir. Now we reach to the last session of today's International E-Conference. Now I am going to introduce chief guest for valedictory functions, Dr. P.S. Patil, sir. He having the 31 years of research experience and teaching experience. His major fields of research are renewable energy, energy storage devices, electrochromic, smart window coatings, nanofabric, nanomaterials. He has published 492 research papers and 5 patents. He is a recipient of prestigious DAT Fellowships Germany and Brain Pole Fellowships South Korea. He is a fellow of Institute of Physics London, UK, and member of National Advisory of Science India and fellow of Maharashtra Academy of Sciences. He has received Best Teacher Award of Shivaji University Kolhapur in the year of 2014. He has established School of Nanoscience and Technology in our university. He is ranked first in global survey taken by IDDI Scientific Index Institute. Professor Dr. P.S. Patil, the outstanding academician, has got the designation as Pro Vice Chancellor of our university. He has made a sound contribution as Pro Vice Chancellor in the administration. This assistant, in this sense, has enriched the status of our university in Maharashtra and India as well. Now I request Professor Dr. P.S. Patil, sir, to render valuable guidance.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
How's I Hello.
Audible, sir.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Yes, namaskar.
Namaskar.
Sir, continue, sir, please.
Okay. The president of today's function, Honorable Dr. Satishji Ghali, sir, the senator of Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and the executive president of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Gadhinglaj. The principal of this college, Dr. Mangal Kumar Patil, the convener of the conference, and resource persons, the eminent resource persons, and my dear participant friends. I'm indeed very happy to be here on the occasion of valedictory function of one-day multidisciplinary international e-conference on sustainable development in sciences, social sciences, and languages, organized by Dr. Ghali College, Gadhinglaj. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Ghali College, Gadhinglaj, for organizing such a multidisciplinary conference today, and along with 152 participants across the globe. So you really appreciate I really appreciate your efforts in organizing this virtual conference. This virtuality is very important nowadays because we cannot meet directly, but we can meet in an online mode. And therefore, this online mode, which has been taught by coronavirus, is very effective in meeting the people in less time with less expenses. And therefore, you have organized this particular conference today on the occasion of this Sunday, because you could gather many more eminent speakers from across the globe. And I'm really happy that you could successfully get hold of very eminent scientists like Dr. Gajanan Godke, Dr. Saptarshi, Dr. Dhawale, and others, because they have given a very in-depth knowledge about various aspects of sustainable development. Honorable Vice Chancellor also gave very important talk today in the inaugural function of this international conference. So when I see this particular title of the conference, I was thinking, what should I talk? Because I'm a man of physics. My research is in nanomaterials and nanotechnology. And now I'm into the active administration as a Pro-Vice Chancellor of university. But I think the sustainability is the basic thing. And each and every student should know the basics of sustainability. So in this particular very small and brief talk, I'm not going to talk any complicated issues, but I'm going to talk on very simple things that we can adopt at our college that we can adopt at our university. The sustainability is very important. Sustainable development is also very important. Just let me, there is some mobile call. So when I first of all see the sustainable development, the first thing that comes to my mind is about the water, pani. The water is the first natural resource that we should think about when we talk about the sustainability. What about water? Everybody knows about water, but there are a lot of things that we don't know about the water that I'm going to tell you. So if I look at the water, everybody, all the participants who are here will understand what I'm talking about. Every day we use water. We use water for our day-to-day use. We use water for the industrial purpose. We use water for the agricultural purpose. So for other human activities, different human activities, we definitely use water for our daily uses. But from where this water is coming? This water has been accumulated in the rivers. It has been accumulated in the dams. It has been accumulated under the groundwater. Under the ground. So there is a groundwater, so that you can dig the ground, and there is a well, water wells. From that water well, you can extract water from the ground. Otherwise, you can take a supply from the municipal corporation, and this municipal corporation will supply you water from these rivers or dams. So these are the purposes. And when we use extensive amount of water every day, okay, the amount of accumulated water is lost. Okay, the amount is declining every day. But we are not worrying, because the next year, when there is a rainy season, we are getting water back through rain. So water is therefore called as the renewable resources. Renewable resources means the resources that we use will get back again in the next year. So it is not going to be waste excessively and forever. And therefore, this water is a renewable resource. But the water that we use, we will get it from the nature. This is a nature. That is the nature's gift that we are getting, the water from the rain. But if we use water excessively, if we don't use water judiciously, then definitely we are going to face the problem which is called as a water crisis. The reduction in the amount of water is called as a crisis. So water crisis will happen if we keep on using water in an excessive amount. Okay, and therefore we have to optimize the utilization of the water. But as you know, even in the country like India, currently we are facing the problem of water. So we are facing the problem of water crisis. For example, last year you might have seen some of the video clips on the television that the Chennai is the metro city in the country like India, and the Chennai city is facing the problem of water scarcity. There is a shortage of water for all the population, because as we know that our population is very large, and in order to meet the needs of all these people in the country, we need a lot of water. We need a lot of water for the daily use. We need a lot of water for the industrial development. We need water for the agricultural purpose. But if we use it excessively, then the problem of Chennai city may occur in our city also. So that is a very, very alarming situation. Not only that, if you look around the globe, in the world also, the city like Cape Town in the South Africa, they are also facing the problem of water scarcity or water crisis. Okay, and even in our region, in some of the region like say Chat and Kautemaka, some part of the Sangli district under the jurisdiction of Shivaji University, these areas are drought prone. Means the amount of water is very, very less, and therefore we are facing water crisis. Now, if we really want a sustainable development, okay, then we have to optimize the water usage, and we have to store water very, very carefully. The utilization of the water should be very, very carefully. Not only that, water is very, very precious. Can we use water which is available in the ocean and sea for the drinking? No, we cannot use ocean water or sea water for the drinking, for the agriculture purpose, because it is a saline water, it is a salty water. So plenty of water is already waste because it is a salty water, it is a saline water. So whatever the water is left for us is only 3%, and that 3% amount of water is there in the river, in the dam, in the well, and under the ground. And therefore, we should conserve more water. We should utilize it more intelligently, and without wasting water, we have to use water. And then only we can have sustainable development as far as water is concerned. Now, how to create awareness about all these things amongst our students? In our BSc or BA or BCom, we must incorporate some articles, some chapters related to the water or the importance of the water and how to use judiciously water resources. So we can update our curriculum and we can create awareness amongst our students, and the student will understand the importance of water. Though we know the importance of water, we don't care about the water because we are not facing the problems. But you can give also some small projects to the students so that they can go around your suburban areas, they can go around in the cities, and they can survey what is the ground level of the water in your city or in your village or in your suburban areas. So that particular project is a survey-based project. They can accumulate the data, you can have a statistical analysis, they can plot the graphs, they can calculate how much amount of water is left with us and how to utilize, what are the steps to be taken in future for the sustainable development. So through these curriculum aspects, we can create interest and awareness amongst our students so that students will be more sensitized towards this simple problem, simple but very, very sensitive problem that is a water problem. So if at all we need to have a sustainable development, we need to tackle the problem of water crisis very, very efficiently. Otherwise, if we keep on using the water excessively, maybe our next generation will suffer. Our next generation, our children and other next generations, they will face the problem of the water and they will have water crisis, and that definitely they are going to blame us that we have not used water properly, we have not used water sustainably. Therefore, sustainable development is very, very important. Whatever the resources that we are using now, our next generation will also utilize the same resources in the next generation. So that is called as a sustainable development. And if we really want to have sustainable development, all these resources, simple resources, we have to use it very, very carefully. Not only that, water is more precious, as I told you, but as we know, because of the industrialization, because of the excessive use of the fertilizers in the agricultural farming, the water is getting polluted, and therefore we must teach our students how to clean the water and how to access the clean water. So clean water is very, very important. There is a right for our citizens that they should have access to the clean water, clean drinking water, clean water for the agricultural farming without any toxic elements. If there are toxic elements like lead, arsenic, fluoride, that will hamper our health, and maybe you may face the problems and you may have acquired some diseases like cancer, and many more diseases can be waterborne diseases. And therefore, another important point in sustainability that related to water is that you should have access to the very, very pure water. So we had to add some of the courses in the curriculum. We have to create awareness amongst our students and tell them the importance of clean and pure water. If it is polluted water, we should not drink it. We should not provide it to the animals also. And therefore, this is a very, very simple concept, but nobody is taking any activities related to the purification, related to the conservation of the water. Okay. And if your student come out with some survey, you may definitely see that the water level in the ground of maybe Gadhinglaj, that might have definitely gone down. Okay, and if that is gone down, you have to calculate what is the delta, what is the difference of the ground level last year, and what is the ground level this year. That will give you the delta. That is the difference. More will be the difference, more dangerous will be the situation, and therefore, beforehand, proactively, we have to create awareness among the students and tell them the importance of water crisis, tell them the importance of clean water for our day-to-day use. Otherwise, maybe after 20 years or 30 years, our next generation will suffer. Not only that, another utilization, another very important point of water I am going to tell you. The water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen. H2O is the chemical formula of the water. So there are certain ways you can split the water into hydrogen and oxygen. And both hydrogen is a very good fuel. Instead of currently we are using petrol and diesel, tomorrow you can use hydrogen as a fuel in our car. Most of the developed countries like America and Australia, they have already come up with this hydrogen fuel technology in the automobile sector. Can we also develop individual or indigenous technology in India so that we can build automobiles on the hydrogen? And you, rather than filling our fuel tank with the diesel or petrol, you can fill it with water. The water will get split up, and the water is split up into the hydrogen and oxygen, and the hydrogen is utilized for the movement of the automobiles. So that is a very, very important aspect. And as we know, currently we are using petrol and diesel, it is creating a lot of environmental degradation. But if I use hydrogen technology, these automobiles, all the vehicles will emit only water vapors. There will not be any environmental problems. So it is environmentally friendly. And therefore, we have to incorporate some of the courses related to the water splitting to our students. We have to teach our students how to split water. And on the one hand, you can generate hydrogen. On the other hand, you can also create oxygen. You know the importance of oxygen now, because you know COVID pandemic is going on. Because of the COVID pandemics, most of the patients, they are facing the problem of oxygen. So you need oxygen, you need pure oxygen for the respiration, and you can generate oxygen from water, and that is electrolysis. With the help of electrical energy, you can split up water, and the water will produce oxygen, and that oxygen we can fill up in the tanks, which is called as a concentrator, and you can provide that concentrator oxygen to the patients. Okay, so this is very, very important use of water that I wanted to tell you. So all the students must be sensitized. They must have created awareness about the water, because there are plenty of applications of the water. The pure water is very, very important. Most of the areas in the country, they are having the water pollution of arsenic. You know, arsenic is very, very dangerous. Fluoride is very, very dangerous. And most of the industries, they use very harsh chemicals, very toxic chemicals. Those chemicals are absorbed by the soils, and subsequently, these chemicals are dissolved in the water. We consume that water, we drink that water, and that will have very, very harmful effects. And therefore, water as a sustainable development is very, very important aspect. I think we should talk more on the water maybe in the next lecture, or maybe in the next visit. Another important resource, another important aspect that I'm going to tell you is the coal. Coal, why coal? Because you know that there is a thermal energy. We have National Thermal Power Corporation. Currently, we are using excessive amount of electrical energy. Without electrical energy, we cannot survive now. In every house, we have electrical supply. Everywhere, we need electrical energy. And from where this electrical energy is coming? Because we are burning a lot of coal. And because of the burning of the coal in the thermal power stations, the burning of the coal can result into the production of electrical energy. no problem. In Gadhinglaj or Kolhapur or Sangli, we are getting very pure electrical energy. But somewhere in, say, Dabhol, somewhere in, say, some of the cities where national thermal power stations are there, those cities are getting polluted to a larger extent. Because we know what will happen to the coal. If we burn coal, it will emit a lot of toxic gases. CO2 is emitted, and CO2 is part of the global warming. CO2 is responsible for the global warming. So a lot of environmental degradation takes place because of the coal. But we never bother about how much coal is being burnt every day at the power stations. And because of that, we are enjoying on the electrical energy that we get at our house or at our institute or in our city. So we are getting electrical energy because somebody else is burning a lot of coal at thermal power station, and that has to be avoided. Okay, why? Because the first thing, it causes the global warming effect, because the coal burning causes CO2 emission, and the CO2 is called as a greenhouse gas. This greenhouse gas will generate global warming. Currently, you know, there is abrupt changes in the global temperature, and these changes are occurring because of the CO2. Excess amount of CO2 is being accumulated into the environment, and therefore this environment is globally warming, and therefore global warming effect is observed. And because of that, coal has to be avoided. But can we avoid coal? Suppose tomorrow, if I tell them that don't use coal from tomorrow, then they will stop electrical generation, and tomorrow we may not be able to get electrical energy. So why we need electrical energy? We need electrical energy for the development. But can we think about the sustainability of that development? If it has to be sustainable, we should not degrade environment by burning the coal. Then what is the solution? Is there any solution for that particular problem? Yes, there are solutions, because we can use some other energy resources from which we can burn it, we can use it, and we can create electrical energy without degrading the environment, without degradation of the environment. So that are the problems that we have to sensitize our students to. We have to create awareness among the students and tell them the importance of the burning of the coal. And coal is non-renewable. Non-renewable means once I burn it, it is gone forever. So for another amount of coal, we have to dig into the mines, coal mines. And where we have to dig? We have to go to the coal mines, and we have to dig there and take out coal from the earth. That means we are disturbing our mother earth. That is very, very dangerous. So we should not disturb the ecosystem of the nature. We should not disturb mother earth. Otherwise, there is a problem. And therefore, for sustainable development, we have to shift our energy conversion system from coal to some other system which are environmentally friendly. So what are the renewable energy resources? Renewable means we use it, but we get it again. For example, hydroelectricity, you might have understood, you might have visited some hydroelectric power plant like Koina. There is a hydroelectric power plant, there is a dam. In the dam, there is a lot of potential energy that is stored, water is there. Huge amount of stored water has a large amount of potential energy, and that potential energy can be harvested and converted into the electrical energy. But if we use in hydroelectric power plant, there is no pollution, there is no emission of CO2 gases, and therefore that is very good. Okay, so we are getting electrical energy out of hydroelectric power plant. That is very good. It is a renewable, no degradation problems, so it is sustainable. But there are some problems like earthquake. There may be the possibility of earthquake because very huge amount of water is stored on the land, and that may cause some problems, and that problems will lead eventually to earthquake-prone areas. And therefore, there are a lot of earthquakes that take place near Koina and Varna region because of the water storage possibility, because of the dams. Okay, anyway, but it is not that dangerous as that of the coal. You know how much coal that we burn every year? We burn about 10 lakh kilograms of coal every year. So it is very, very dangerous. And you can imagine how much amount of CO2 is emitted from these national thermal power plants. So therefore, we have to create awareness about the coal burning and hydroelectric power plants to the students. But hydroelectricity power plant, we cannot build in Gadhinglaj. We cannot have that particular plant in Kolhapur because that requires some geographical landscape. And because of that, there is a limitation of having hydroelectric power plant. But what are the other resources that we can use? One more alternative for this thermal power station is solar energy and wind energy. So we have to tell the student that tomorrow you have to use solar energy only. You have to use wind energy only. Solar energy and wind energy, they are renewable because every day sun rises and sun sets. So once the sun sets today, it is going to rise tomorrow without any losses. So every day we are getting solar energy on the surface of the earth. Similarly, wind energy. Every day we are going to get wind energy, and these are the natural phenomena. And once we use it, they are not gone. They are not gone forever, just like coal. Okay, and therefore these are called as the renewable energy resources, and therefore they can be called as a sustainable development technologies. So tomorrow we have to come up with more and more such sustainable technologies so that we harm our Mother Earth to the less extent, and we get pure electrical energy without any problem sustainably. Then sustainable development is possible. Otherwise, there is a problem. As I was telling you about the coal burning can cause CO2 emission, and CO2 emission cause global warming. Do we know this global warming? Why we should worry about it? We should worry about it because the glaciers are melting. What is glacier? Glaciers mean the ice, but we have never seen ice, and that's why we are not aware of it. We are not aware of the danger that may cause because of the glacier melting. Where is the ice in India? Maybe the northern part, Himalaya, Kashmir, or Antarctica, etc. We have never visited those parts, but you should know, you should have awareness about the glaciers melting, snow melting. You know what people are thinking about, what the great scientists are predicting about. You know, these are the glaciers. Glaciers is a very big mountain of the ice. And when the ice is formed millions of years back, then some germs, some viruses, some bacteria might have trapped inside the glaciers. And if those glaciers melt, the viruses, the bacteria, and the harmful germs will be released into the water. And if they are released into the water, they may come into the ecosystem of our Earth, and tomorrow we may face another pandemic. And therefore, you have to be very, very careful about all this CO2 emission. Though it is disturbing our environment very, very slowly, we should create interest and awareness among the students, and we should make them sensible and sensitive about the CO2 gas emission problems. And because of this, if there is no sustainable development, there is a problem. Our next generation is going to face the problems. So glacier melting is only one bad effect that I'm going to tell you. There are many more bad effects that I'm not going to tell you because it may take another lecture. Okay, you know, after 2000, now we are in 2021. During these 20 years, we have faced about 5 pandemics. We are not aware of it because 4 of them did not come to India, but only one came to India, that is COVID-19. But before COVID-19, the world was facing another pandemics, like you might have aware. You might have heard about MERS or SARS, Ebola. All these are pandemics that have come into South Africa, European countries and some of the other countries in the Middle East, but they have not reached our country. Similarly, COVID-19 has been emerged from China. The people think about it. People believe that the fact that the COVID-19, the China has given birth to COVID-19 virus, but we were not very sure that whether that COVID will reach India or not. But today we are facing a lot of problems because of the COVID pandemic. So if our next generation has a very safe environment, then we have to take care of the environmental degradation. Then we can avoid the next pandemic situations. Currently, the health hazards are very, very important, and you might have seen the effects that this pandemic is causing on the day-to-day life. There is a lockdown, there is a tremendous lockdown, and the last 1 year, we are facing the problems. Our economy is going down, our social problems are there, and therefore, we have to be very, very cautious about all these effects that may hamper the sustainable development. So for sustainable development, we should also take steps ahead and find out the situation and study the problems related to the possibility of the next pandemic issues. Are we ready? If there is some new pandemic tomorrow or in the next year, are we ready? Have we studied a particular thing properly? Do we have enough knowledge about killing the viruses? Do we have vaccines? Do we have enough medicines? All these things will hamper sustainable development. The third thing that I'm going to tell you about the fossil fuels. Fossil fuels means the petrol and diesel. There are many more crude oils that is supplied by the countries, Middle East countries like Iraq, Iran, and other countries. In India, we don't have enough amount of fossil fuels, but we are getting that particular oil and fuel from Middle East countries like Iran and Iran. Mostly, we know daily our usage of petrol and diesel is so alarming that every day we consume excessive amount of petrol and diesel. Without petrol and diesel, we cannot think of our life because the mobility, we cannot move, we cannot go anywhere because without any fuel consumption. For the buses, for the trains, then for the automobiles, the cars, everywhere we need petrol and diesel. And this petrol and diesel is another very dangerous thing because it is not renewable. Once you burn oil, it is gone forever. You are not getting it back because it is vaporized and it has been mingled and mixed with the atmosphere. Again, that is the problem to the atmosphere and it is not renewable. So once we use 1 liter of petrol in my motorcycle, tomorrow we have to buy another 1 liter on the petrol pump because it is not renewable. The petrol that we burn is not going to get back, and that is, it is gone, that means gone forever. So we have to be careful about the technology that we are currently using. And that's why more emphasis has been given on the technologies like battery electric vehicles or electric vehicles, hydrogen vehicles. Electric vehicles are now coming in India. These electrical vehicles, they are not utilizing petrol and diesel, and therefore we can avoid the problems of the environmental pollution and we can avoid the problems of extraction and getting the petrol and fossil fuels from the Middle East countries. We can be self-sufficient as far as electrical energy is concerned, and these battery vehicles are very, very important. You might have seen the battery vehicle that has been developed recently by Tata Motors, and that is very, very important technology. So we have to create awareness among the students. We have to teach all these technologies to the students, which may subsequently lead to the sustainable development. These are the tomorrow's technologies, and therefore we have to make our students sensitive to these tomorrow's technologies today. And therefore, I definitely congratulate all of you because you have taken this topic, very, very interesting topics. Another important aspect that, last important aspect that I want to cover today is the gas. We know our economy is based on coal, oil, and gas. Gas we are using, like LPG gas we are using, different gases we are using. From where we are getting these gases? From the earth. We are disturbing Mother Earth to the larger extent possible. So if we are extracting the gases are being utilized for several purposes. For cooking, we use a lot of gas. For industrial applications, we use gas. But can we create gases from other resources without being harmful to the Mother Earth? That is another problem. That particular problem that I throw to the audience. Maybe there are some good students, there are some bright students in this audience. They may think about some creative idea of how to produce cooking gas. We know that there are some biogases. There are some cooking fuel, like you can utilize the solar cooker for the cooking. Can we make this technology popular? There is a technology, solar cooker technology is there. But why we are not using that particular technology? At least say 6 to 7 months, you can use solar power cooking. So if I use solar power cooking, we can tomorrow, the need that you require for the LPG gas is less, and therefore you can consume less amount of LPG gases. And therefore, you can, if you think about the sustainable development, you have to reduce the amount of gases that we use. Okay, so there are different gases. I'm not going to go into the details, but can we come up with some intelligent technology, the technology that will that will make our life very, very nice, luxurious, without affecting the environment problems, and it is a sustainable. So in short, this is what I think about sustainable development. Sustainable development is not very, very complicated, but it is very easy. But that's why it is very easy. That's why we ignore all these things. So without ignoring, we start creativity. We start create awareness about these problems. Water, oil, fossil fuels, and gases. These are 4 very, very important natural resources. We have to take care of all these resources for the future sustainable development. Thank you so much. Once again, I would like to thank Dr. Mangal Patil sir, Honorable Principal, Dr. Ghali College, and our friend Dr. Satish Ghali for inviting me over here as a chief guest of Ghali function. Thank you so much, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You are giving us a precious time to us, and this is the first international conference organized by our college, and that is a grand success because of you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Patil sir, for giving a valuable time for our conference. And I guarantee on the behalf of all participants, we will definitely give some survey projects and awareness programs on water conservation, renewable energy, coal conservation, and how to reduce the LPG gas. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Nilesh Sheke, sir, for overall vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ashwin sir. Good evening to all of you. With objective of conference at our center and in accordance with them, problems related sustainable development, their remedies, and types of research taking place are to be discussed in the organization of this e-conference. We have received a number of research papers from within India and abroad, presenting their valuable thoughts regarding sustainable development. So I welcome of them. A total of 322 participants have registered for our conference from India as well as foreign. 181 research papers received from various states of India, including Leh Ladakh, Uttarakhand, Haryana, Telangana, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal, Punjab, Goa, Jammu Kashmir, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Uttar Pradesh, and Rajasthan. Researchers around the world, including Sri Lanka, Azerbaijan, Tunisia, Uzbekistan, and Mauritius, have submitted their research articles. We are very much thankful to Chief Guest Professor Dr. D.T. Shirke sir and Professor Dr. P.S. Patil sir for giving valuable time in busy schedule. I also extend my thanks to our Executive President Dr. Satish Ghali, all directors of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, and all the members of International Advisory Body. We are extremely thankful to keynote speaker Dr. Praveen Saptarshi from USA, resource person Dr. Gajanan Ghodke from South Korea, Dr. Dattatreya Dhole from Qatar, and Nisi ma'am from Mauritius. We are thankful to Principal Dr. Mangal Kumar Patil sir, Technical Assistant Mr. Santosh Mane, and members of Ayushi Journal, teaching, non-teaching staff of our college, convener Mr. Ashwin Godghate, Dr. Dattatreya Vagmare. Thank you very much. Let's end this conference with the national anthem. Mane sir, please start the national anthem.
शुभ